Hello, I'm Jostra, and welcome back to Danganronpa V3. Where we left off, two people got murdered. At first it was like a single murder, just like Danganronpa, the third trial of Danganronpa 1. Because one person was still alive and they got murdered later on. So yeah, we'll continue. I think that true double murder happened around Danganronpa 2 because both bodies were discovered at the same time, but Danganronpa 1, you'd think there was only one murder that happened. Wait. Yeah, you thought one murder happened, but in reality two murder happened, just like this one. We'll continue. And how are you guys? I barely remember anything either. So we'll do the trials, and I know I said on Twitter and in the community page this might only be a half stream. We'll see. It's because I decided to take like only 30 minutes nap, and yeah, my head started spinning because my body thought it was too less. So we'll see how it goes. And also, these trials tend to last like 3 hours on their own. So we'll try our best to cover as much as we can, but I still want to do the full 3 hours. The people who died were Angie and Tenko. So, yeah, I'll still try to stream the regular 3 hours, but if it doesn't happen, I'll try to reach the minimum, aka halftime. As usual, we walk towards the elevator in silence. As soon as we remaining survivors step aboard, we descended. There's less people now. Perhaps because there were fewer of us, the elevator seemed to move faster. And as we fell faster and faster downward into the black, the elevator stopped, and just like always, the doors parted slowly. The light that shines on us from the other side, the bright light of our future. Or is it? Also, I'm reading chat right now on my second screen. Were the names always like color coded? I'm just being forgetful. Hiya Papaya, how are ya? Boy, they look really depressed. Must be because there's even less participants now. Don't say they look depressed, you'll make one of them sad. As much as I'd love to keep hearing this adorable back and forth. How come you're blue then? You're not a mod, right? Because you don't have the wrench. Let's hurry up and get this started. How are you, Firewall? At last, a class trial will begin. I hope you enjoy it to your heart's content. The third class trial was about to begin. This is... Yes. Huh. Okay, this is the third class trial. That'll make all you guys blue boys. Or blue girls. I mean, according to my stats, I actually... At least only like 2% of my viewers are actually female. What do you call it? This is a third class trial, and if memory serves me right, all the third class trials for Danganronpa are a pain in the head. Angie Yonaga the ultimate artist. She created the Ultimate Academy Student Council to try to prevent the killing game. Then Tanko Chibas Chabishira, the ultimate Aikido master. Well, I'm talking about it. You're blue on the transcript, but on the video itself, you're pink. She hated men, but I knew that she hated this terrible killing game even more. The two who were killed were both trying to stop the killing. I still can't get over how bored Hirumi looks. Genuinely, I had a reference sheet. Well, originally, when I was still, you know, teenage Jaws or proto Jaws, before my horn came in and my black eye came in, it was originally it became really black, but then it kind of cooled down to become like more of a dark gray. Yeah, I still can't get over how bored Kirumi looks. And who was the one who killed them? Was it one person? Two different people? We need to pin that down in this class trial. If I find use for it, maybe for an art stream. Cause unlike the other streams where, you know, it's pre-made, when I start doing permanent art streams, I'm gonna start making random thumbnails for them. And people are free to submit their own art for the art stream thumbnails, but we'll see. In order to live, we have to find the truth. This is gonna be a headache, and I will fight for it. I'll fight with truth and lies in this class trial. I don't know why. Because someone told me Mikan. I want to read through the evidence before I continue. Let's see if I have enough skills. Huh. Trigger happy. Shit. Isn't it just me or there's a lot more Bible skills here? Okay, let's view the evidence. I'm just gonna skim read them. Monoxide poisoning. And the katana. They're upside down. This one is a slide lock. This one's a cylindrical lock. Kokichi and lockpick. Tsumugi. She would not unlock the door unless someone in the student council asked her. Cage child. Can emit light. Iron cage, there's blood. There's blood on the floorboards. There's a marker stone for the forehead. She's dead. Hole. Dark. Okay. We found a murder weapon. Kokichi is bloody. Okay. Wish me luck. Like, for some reason, I even find Chapter 3 trials, you know, the double murder trials, a lot more annoying than later chapters. Like, Chapter 4 trials, they feel like regular trials to me. Chapter 5 trials tend to be like the finale. Econ. Meanwhile, Chapter 5 trials are the finale, so I expect them to be like hectic and full of plot stuff and less gameplay. But Chapter 3 ones, because they're double murders, are always annoying. Let's begin. And I'm not saying that because Mikan died in a Chapter 3.
Now then, let's begin with the basic explanation of the class trial. During the trial, you'll present your arguments for who the culprit is, and vote for who done it. Vote correctly, and only the blackened will be punished. But if you pick the wrong person...
Yeah, like I said, 4 and 5 just feel... 4 feels like a... 4 feels like 1 and 2, like they're just a regular trial. 3 is annoying, because you have to cover both victims, even though, you know, it's like usually one victim, one murderer. And 5 is supposed to be long because it's supposed to be the finale.
I'll punish everyone besides the blackened, and that person will graduate from this academy.
Actually, wait. Okay, Danganronpa 1 was Leon's trial. Then after Leon was Mondo. Then Celeste. Then after Celeste was Sakura. And after 1 was supposed to be Framed. Yeah, 5 and 6 tend to feel like... Chapter 5 and 6 tend to feel like one trial. Like they're a continuation of each other. Because 5 for Danganronpa 1 was supposed to be Kyoko because Junko framed her. But Makoto ended up being quote-unquote executed. Then after that one was the finale. Then Danganronpa 2... yeah. Danganronpa 2 was Teru Teru. Then after Teru Teru was Peko. Then after Peko was Mikan. After Mikan was Chiaki. But remember, she didn't do the murder herself. She was framed by Nagito. Then after Nagito was who was after Nagito? Or am I misremembering? I think it was the finale, right? Yeah. Then, Ultra Despair Girls didn't have trials, but they did have boss fights. The first boss fight was that guy, the red-haired kid, I forgot his name. The second one was Jataro. They both, quote-unquote, died, but we know they survived. Then Kotoko was the third one. She survived. She was the only one who was saved by the protagonist. After Kotoko was Toko. Then after Toko was Nagisa. Then after Nagisa was it wasn't Monica, it was Junko again. So they kind of follow the same structure, like chapter 3 is special. Because in a sense in chapter 3 you did have to fight Kotoko twice. Because the first half was Kotoko when she kidnapped Komaru. Then the second half was you actually had to fight her. So chapter 3 was always special. Like it was always like double. Like you had to face Kotoko twice, or for the other games it's a double murder. So yeah, even though it's a spin-off, and yes, it is canon because it's from the same writer, it still kind of follows the same structure as the regular Danganronpa games. Okay.
Also,
Sorry, I got sidetracked.
result in your death. So you better vote for someone. Now, smiles, everyone! It's showtime! Let's get this crazy awesome trial underway!
Sorry, everyone. I don't think I'm gonna be much help this time. Because of Monokuma's disruptions, I couldn't do a thorough investigation.
You were just scared. You could admit that.
I can tell Monokuma is overcompensating to hide his self-consciousness.
Next time, spend less time fixing your hair and more time investigating, spaceman!
Shut up! I don't need to hear some comedy act from you two weirdos.
Who did it? Who killed Angie and Tenko?
Do not let your emotions hasten your judgment. There may be 2 killers.
Yeah.
So, our other culprit might not be one of us here.
Also, what do you call it? Actually, now I forgot what I was gonna say. Yeah, even though Monokuma spoke, well, hello. You could call Monokuma speaking in Ultra Despair Girls. They were all pre-recorded from the past games. So technically they didn't have to call the voice actor back for Ultra Despair Girls. They were just using clips of his voice. Obviously they had to pay him because royalties, but yeah. Okay,
What do you mean?
I'll crank it up. I also kind of noticed the game volume during what's that game called? Fire Emblem. I'm becoming forgetful in my old age.
The transfer student. Maybe our resurrected transfer student dragged Angie and Tenko into the grave.
Early samples of... yeah.
Stop it! Stop making stuff up!
Say something, Shuichi. It'll be a mess if this keeps going on.
Is it even possible for a revived corpse to be the culprit? Well, in the interest of being thorough, I should clear things up here. Yes. In Dragon years, I'm around my 20s.
This crime was committed by the recently deceased. They came back to life and killed 2 of our classmates.
No! So, ritual did work?
No, it didn't.
Was resurrected, I wonder.
And
Angie did say she was gonna bring Rantaro back. Yes. Rantaro was resurrected.
no, the Necro...
The late Rantaro Amami!
Please, stop it!
The Necronomicon said it didn't work because it still existed, meaning Angie never had a chance to do the ritual. Because the Necronomicon says you have to destroy the book for the ritual to work. Okay, so I need to shoot Gonta.
By the recently deceased. They came back to life and killed 2 of our classmates.
No! So, it worked? That's wrong.
That's wrong. Yeah, it's just Among Us, technically.
I don't think Angie's ritual succeeded.
Imagine someone made like a custom Among Us game, where it's like Danganronpa, you know, even if you get the wrong person, it's game over. Instead of, you know, having another chance. Yeah, Among Us came out in 2018, but it was an unknown game. Then it gained a following in 2020. So my guess is because, you know, the isolation and stuff. So yeah.
According to the Necronomicon Monokuma showed us, we'd have to burn the Necronomicon in the ritual.
After preparing the effigy, burn this Necronomicon to ashes. Use caution. Be mindful of carbon monoxide poisoning. Like, I know some people have modded Among Us, so they can have, like, custom games. But, yeah, it would be interesting if they do, like, a more Danganronpa type of custom game. Like, everyone knows how Among Us plays, right? You could get the wrong person. You could get the wrong person and the game will still continue. And you could have multiple murders at the same time and the murderers work together. But what if... I mean, yeah, Danganronpa says anyone could be a murderer. Fun fact. Yeah, it does. So, yeah. But instead of choosing it random, what if everyone has a kill button? So you really don't know who the murderer is. But I'm not sure if giving the players an investigation period would be a good idea. On second thought, it might be kind of hard to make a custom Among Us, modded Among Us using Danganronpa as a base. In fact, an online Danganronpa would be difficult. Sprinkle the ashes on the effigy and repeat the name of the deceased 3 times.
If Angie's ritual had succeeded, the book would have been gone.
So she must have been killed before the ritual was complete, since the book was still intact.
Then, Gonta think Rantaro probably not culprit.
Oh, I guess you're right.
Well, duh. There's no way a dead person could resurrect.
Yeah. And also the game will probably... Hello, Chocoloma. You're pink. What do you call it? Also, the game will need to generate clues, and that would be difficult to do. And in Among Us, people getting the wrong answer is pretty easy. Because in Danganronpa, it's scripted, so it's kinda easy to do. Wait, hold on.
Now hold on a second. I can't let that comment stand. Sure, everybody knows that you can't bring the dead back to life.
Oh, because I just realized in the chat feature you're color coded now, except if you're not a mod, then yeah, they're always blue. So.
But it's easy at the Ultimate Academy, as long as you use the Necronomicon.
What are you talking about? There's no way that's possible.
This is Danganronpa. Anything is possible.
But it's true. I never lie about motives.
Daddy said so, so he can't be wrong. Raising the dead is totally possible.
VR. Yeah, I mean, there is an official Among Us VR. No, I think I'm just blind, I guess.
All that remains of a once
I can't believe you guys wasted such a perfectly good motive.
right now, you're on the threshold of an
You should
amazing
have let me
adventure.
use it to bring Monodum back to life.
Monodum is still alive, though.
I'm just kidding. I wouldn't waste a resurrection on Monodum's corpse.
Oh? So resurrecting the dead was actually possible this whole time?
There's no way it's possible!
I mean, I have no idea how you guys actually look.
There's no way that could happen, idiots. Monokuma is trying to confuse us. Let's hurry up and find out who the Blackened is.
If our transfer student isn't the culprit, then blame falls to one of us.
Who did it?
I'm surprised they haven't mentioned Among Us yet.
Step aside, Half Pint. I'll handle this. I don't know about Tenko, but I'm pretty fucking sure Kyo murdered Angie.
Why?
Don't play dumb with me, Creepshow. I already know what happened.
So she's accusing Kyo. Okay, let's read
The
this.
culprit used a katana to kill Angie. And it was found in Kyo's research lab,
That's true.
which makes you, Kyo, automatically suspicious.
But anyone could have taken that katana, you see.
So that rusty katana was the murder weapon. You were the only one who cared about that thing, Kyo.
I did not care about some katana.
Just admit it, you shit-eating worm. You went to the classroom, broke in, and murdered the fuck out of Angie.
It's almost impossible to break in, right?
I'm a fucking genius!
Is Korikyo really okay?
The culprit
Okay.
used a katana to kill Angie.
Sumugi said
and
you
it
can't
was
break in.
found in Kyo's research lab,
I mean, I agree with that.
which makes you, Kyo, automatically suspicious.
But anyone could have taken that katana, you see.
Rusty katana was the murder weapon. You were the only one who cared about that thing, Kyo.
I did not care about some katana.
Just admit it, shit-eating worm. You went to the classroom,
That's wrong. Yeah. Wait, I don't know if it's metal. They never talked about it.
Think of Angie's lab. Isn't that right, Tsumugi?
Yeah, before Angie locked herself up in her research lab, she said she wasn't going to open up for anyone but student council members.
And Kyo is not a member. She wouldn't have opened the door for him.
I noticed this game is actually really quiet.
Kyo couldn't have killed Angie even if he wanted to.
Like, Suichi most of the time sounds like he's whispering.
I had no desire to kill her in the first place.
What's her name? What's his name? Makoto and Hajime were louder than Suichi. In my opinion, Hajime was probably the loudest protagonist. He was also the sassiest.
So whoever killed Angie must have been one of the student council members, yeah?
I was doing a bit to lead you to the right answer. I
Imagine,
believe you actually got it.
imagine she's actually right. Like, in another universe, she was right. Or maybe this one. Who knows? Anyone's a suspect. I could be a... No, we know it's not me. Or is it? Like, Maybe it's the same situation with Kaede.
Oh, how clever.
You can just ignore her, Gonta.
The remaining student council members are Gonta, Kibo, Sumugi, and Himiko.
Oh, it can't be Himiko. She was besties with Angie. I trust their friendship. You guys do too, right?
We know you're being sarcastic.
Yeah, of course.
That's actually kinda intentional development on Suichi's part. The more the game progresses, the more loud. I mean, did they do the same thing with Komaru in Ultra Despair Girls?
Can we trust their friendship so readily?
Obviously. Let's believe in them.
Huh, but somehow Hajime and Makoto seem louder than Suichi.
That trims our list of suspects down to 3. Gonta, Sumugi, and Kibo.
Yep. The culprit is one of those 3 people.
You mean one of those 2 people? Cause a robot ain't people, Jack!
I will let that remark slide. Anyway, aren't these accusations just a tad too hasty?
Harass! The culprit should confess already! Gonta, Keyboy, or Sumugi? Well...
No, not Gonta. Gonta would never kill Angie.
Yeah, Gonta's a gentleman. You shouldn't suspect either of us.
Hey, stick up for me too.
I mean, is it really a student council member? We proved that Kokichi can pick lock. Lockpick. Pick lock. Lockpick. Pick locking. Lockpicking. Hold on. Did my...
Gonta definitely not hurt anyone. Torture Gonta if you don't believe.
Sniper eyes. My second screen refresh. Hold on. I'll catch up with chat when the refreshing stops.
Torture might be a bit too far, but Gonta and I aren't the culprits.
Is this the multiple? Is this the multiple one?
And I'm not the culprit either. Jeez.
I'm not the
Not
culprit.
the culprit.
It's one of these.
We must consider other possibilities. Surely there must be suspects outside the student council.
Student council.
That's not it.
That's utterly impossible.
A dead chick
Not just
can't be the
anyone can open
culprit.
that door. Only student council members had access. I didn't know robots told such boring lies.
But it's definitely not me.
No.
Robophobic remark.
Okay, I think I know who to shoot. Because Kokichi said only the student council has access. So I think I know who to shoot. Also, I forgot how to get rid of the chains. Remember when you're once again talking about war stuff. Locking and picking. Yeah. What's going on with my second screen right now?
We must consider other possibilities.
Okay, I know who to shoot.
Surely there must be suspects outside the
Not
student
betray
council.
student council.
That's utterly impossible.
A dead chick
Not just
can't be the
anyone can open
culprit.
that door. Only student council members.
No! I shot it!
I didn't
Okay, good. I got it at the last moment. My second screen is being annoying right now.
It wasn't just student council members that could have opened that lab door.
Hold on. Ah, this is annoying.
What was it you said earlier about Kyo opening the door, Shuichi? Unless you're a student council member, you can't enter Angie's lab, right?
I was referring to Kyo. He couldn't have done it, but you could have. Because I saw you open the classroom lock by picking it.
Hold on. Kokichi pulled out some thin needles and stuck them into the keyhole of the lock. Like, for some reason, my second screen is like glitching. I mean, because lock refers to the tool. Evo is the culprit, not because of my robo. I just picked them all. It's called lock pick. I thought the word pick is choosing. I mean, picking could mean a lot of things. Like, if someone's picking on you. It's more like you're targeted. Click, click. It's doing again, so I'm sorry if my replies will be late. I'll just exit the game every once in a while to check chat. Because my second screen is being a pain right now. Clack. There, open saves me.
Oh, that happened? I totally forgot.
So you're going to pretend you don't remember, huh?
Oh yeah, Maki was with us, so she can prove it.
Quit glaring at me like that. Of course I remember.
Yeah, that's true. English is context-based.
Yeah, I did it. I killed Angie.
And you're lying. I already refreshed the stream 3 times. So I'm guessing it's a device problem. Then again, that's what I get for having a second screen as an iPad, and iPads are... well, older iPads, because this is an iPad Air 2. It's not exactly, you know, cutting-edge technology. Maybe at its time it was? But nowadays it's not. Because you can pick the... yeah. Like when someone says, oh, I'm picking on my wounds, they could just mean like you're touching it a lot.
Wait, what? What did you just say?
I picked the lock to her lab, snuck into the room, and then wham! Killed Angie.
You have a habit of lying, I'm not believing you.
The culprit was me, all along.
What?
What are you saying? Is this some kind of joke?
Nah, no joke. I thought that if I confessed, I could atone for my sins. And it helped. I feel so much better.
You know what I don't... You know what I don't get? Okay, so the antagonist for the first... for all... well... the antagonists, not, you know, not villains. The antagonists for the Danganronpa games are Byakuya, Nagito, and Kokichi. Okay, no, I haven't really met anyone who's a massive Byakuya fan. That's understandable. He's the antagonist. He might not get much, but he did kind of get redeemed. But somehow, Nagito and Kokichi, they kind of have no redeeming qualities. I mean, Nagito yeah, he has maybe a little bit, but Kokichi kinda doesn't have any. Somehow those Kokichi and Nagito have like a cult following. Like they're extremely popular despite being designed not to be popular. I could say the same thing about Junko. Like Junko was supposed to be hated. Like she was made so no one can emphasize with her. Like according to the writer of Danganronpa, he purposely made Junko irredeemable, and she was based off the Joker. Yet she's still considered one of the most popular characters in anime. Oops. Are you gonna know? What do you mean? Yeah, why? No offense, but I think a lot of them are just edgy teens, or you know those people who are like, oh my gosh, I'm goth. But in reality, they're just like, I don't know, 14-year-olds who want to look edgy. I've had my fair share of those people. And nowadays, you could see them because of the Wednesday show on Netflix. Although I don't get... Like, I like her design-wise. Like, don't get me wrong, Junko's design is really good. But in terms of being a person, like, the creator literally made her irredeemable. And unrelatable. Like, there's no one in the... I mean, there could be some people who are sadistic and want to see the suffering of others, but that's rare. If you see a lot of people relating to her, they're... majority of the time, they're just being edgy. Yeah. She's the main antagonist and Monokuma's true identity in, like, Danganronpa 1, 2, and Ultra Despair Girls, but apparently this is a soft reboot, so I don't know. I'd be surprised... I won't... In the same time, I won't be surprised, but I'll also be surprised if somehow Junko is also the one masterminding this.
So Kokichi really is culprit?
No, he's lying. I think. Maybe?
He's lying. I'm certain of it.
No, definitely not a lie. I killed Angie.
Like, still. Yeah, maybe liking the villain is a good thing, because there's a lot of stories where people like the villain more than the hero, because apparently it's not because they relate to the villain, it's because the villain seems to be a lot more interesting compared to the protagonist. So... But Kokichi and Nagito, they're always weird because people love them. Like, love them. Like, really love them.
Shouldn't you guys believe the culprit when they confess?
Then let me ask you, culprit. How did you lock the room?
Huh? Well, it's the same as opening it. You pick the door closed from the outside.
No, that doesn't make sense.
Huh? What doesn't make sense? Can't you lock a door by picking it?
Maybe, but that's not how the culprit locked the room.
Also, people also kid Nagito to such an extent that people are weird.
They used a different method.
Metal Gear. Solid Revengeance? I mean, Metal Gear Revenge. It's Metal Gear Rising. Because it's supposed to be like the... Yeah, it's hard to explain.
What different method? Yeah, Mumbles. Use your big boy voice and explain yourself.
People love Nagito and Kokichi for their roles in the story, and because they're interesting characters.
There were 2 doors to the classroom, and the one locked last was.
If you, I actually read some of the development notes for Danganronpa 1. Apparently, originally, Kyoko was supposed to be the mastermind. And Junko was supposed to be the first victim. And then that got rewritten in, Distrust, where, Kyoko was the first victim. And then the final version of the game, Kyoko survived. The back doors were locked last.
That's it.
Why is it? It's kind of weird that Y is a confirm button,
Door.
not the A button.
That's how they made this a locked room
Nagito
mystery.
is terminated. Huh. Also, yeah, I realized that's something people tend to forget. What I mean by ultimate lucky student, it just means luck in general. Because both Nagito and Makoto has shown feats of bad luck as well. I feel like whatever you imagine that is impossible for human to do, there's always... Probably, yeah.
The back door had a sliding lock, yes? How was it locked from the outside?
The culprit used a certain tool.
The tool the culprit used to unlock the sliding door was... this. This is like... This is like that mini game. I also need to uncover this. They're uncovered now. What? Oh, never mind. It was a katana because it has a flat surface, and there was also gold. There was also gold leaf on the lively teeth.
The gold leaf katana that was stabbed into Kaede's effigy.
Cause there was gold leaf on the locks.
The culprit used that to hit the knob of the sliding lock to lock the door.
But by chapter 3, Hajime and Makoto were already loud. It still seems like Suichi is quiet.
So the gold leaf was in the sliding lock
Because when the katana hit the lock, some of the gold leaf rubbed off on it. The gold leaf on that katana did peel rather easily.
That evidence rings a bell. Specifically, a school bell.
Are you talking about a different school? What school was it?
I only think is
Now, that doesn't matter anymore. Let's not dwell on the past.
Ooh, the gold leaf landed on the sliding lock when the katana touched it. So that means the culprit used the katana to move the sliding lock, right?
thing. My
But wait, how did they move
I call
the
your-
katana? And from outside Angie's lab?
The clue that might give us the answer is the layout of the area itself. It was an odd setup after all.
My brain is lagging. And so is chat.
The katana stabbed into the effigy. The effigy's hung upside down.
Angie didn't do that as part of the ritual?
No, because the Necronomicon never mentioned it.
No. Nowhere in the Necronomicon did it say you had to hang the effigies.
By the way, when is the art stream again? Like I said, once I reach 255 subscribers, I'm gonna take a week break, and once I get back from that break, I will stream permanently 5 days a week. The 5th stream being art streams. Yeah, so the art streams will become a permanent member of the roster. Games can change, but the art streams will always stay. Because I've been slacking off in my drawing, so if I make it a permanent part of my schedule, then I could improve over time. So it will be permanent once I reach 255. Well, like I said, I can only see chat and the video right now, so I can't see my sub count. So yeah.
If it was not part of the ritual, then it must have been for a different purpose, right?
A different purpose? What could that have been? The culprit somehow used the setup to lock the room. So yeah, look forward for permanent art. Hang on. Well, like I said, I won't count subs for a while because I tend to lose subs within a day or so. And also, yeah, after tomorrow's stream, I'm gonna have a day break. Then after that stream for 2 days and 2 days break. So sometimes I do lose a lot of subs within those break periods. I was gonna say something, but I forgot entirely. Oh, let's not forget! The sub celebration special will be ASMR stream. Like, I know it probably won't happen, but it'll be kinda funny if somehow I reach 255 subs on Valentine's Day. So the ASMR stream happens on Valentine's Day. Should be clear. Wait, my game froze. Oh, good. I thought it was gonna crash. I already forgot how to play this. How do I speed up? Oh, there. It's weird how they're all A's. Dimension game. Last time I thought I was supposed to hit those cars, but I wasn't, so. Sorry, I'm gonna skip that one. Gotta go fast. I know for sure there's gonna be a lot of sassy we'll see. What turned the katana's hilt, right? Don't bounce me off. Don't bounce me off, because that's what happened last time. Wait, let me read chat. Hello again. Oh wait. Never mind. I'll read chat after the driving. Because my screen just... I think I broke the game. Oh, never mind. There it is. What? Oh, the timer stops. Never mind. Oops, missed it. I prefer this over the snowboarding game. I might consider getting a second monitor instead of using my iPad as a second screen. But what was done? I mean, it was stuck to Kaede. So my theory is that they use Kaede. No, the sliding lock was not tampered with. The return of as people sub and unsub for various reasons, and sometimes it doesn't even depend on sometimes it doesn't even depend on the creator's content. So I know, but sometimes it could be a YouTube glitch. Like, yeah, YouTube does unsub people. So be sure to check if you're still sub, but it's that you know how my goal is to entertain people. When someone unsubs, I know it could be a YouTube glitch, or it could be people who just subbed for a specific game, and I don't play enough of that game. I do still have a little bit of a peeve. Like, I feel like I'm not a good enough entertainer. That's why they left. But I don't get hang up on it. Like, I just get sad for like a minute or so, like, oh, I'm not entertaining enough. It does motivate me to try harder. But you know, I'm trying to make sure I don't miss anything. What was the effigy? Let's see the options. Spinning it? The return of Azuki. The NFS. Can you use your phone? Yeah, but that will burn a lot of energy.
That's it. The reason the culprit stuck the katana into the effigy was so that it would hit the sliding lock as the effigy spun.
Effigy spun?
That's right. If you spun the effigy, the rope it was hanging from would twist.
Did they literally just spin Kaede? Fun fact, Kaede means maple in Japanese. Momoji is a type of maple, but the whole genus of maple, or family, I don't know how trees work, maple means Kaede in Japanese. Wait. Kaede means maple in Japanese, sorry. I said that backwards.
Then, if you let it go, the rope would unwind and the effigy would spin the other way.
What kind of... I came for Nekopara, but this is also good, what?
And of course, the katana would spin with it.
If I were to make a theory, it's probably Sonic Frontiers that's affecting my subs right now.
So the culprit used the katana's counterspin to push the lock into place?
You're... That's the wrong "your," but okay.
The culprit simply needed to spin the effigy's rope, and then swiftly leave. This would cause the spinning katana to hit the sliding lock. And thus was the back door of an empty classroom locked.
Whoops, I slipped.
Yes, that's how Angie's lab was locked.
YouTube also doesn't know if... Yeah.
By using the effigy with a katana.
I'm gonna just go what? Punch yourself? As long as it's not too hard. If it's a wake-up call, go ahead. But if you're actually gonna genuinely hurt yourself, please don't.
A plan born from the heart of a sword traveling through the air to intercept us. But couldn't have moved the slide lock so easily?
The sliding lock was pretty loose. A little push could move it. As long as the spinning katana hit the lock, it would have slid into position.
Also, I noticed that in Fire Emblem Engage, the voice actors and voice actresses are reused from past Fire Emblem games, so they're kind of treating it the same way as this game. Well, in the English dub.
Even if the culprit failed the first couple times, they could keep trying until it locked.
Which is why the culprit chose to strike at nighttime as to avoid detection.
Yes, since the student council prohibited anyone from walking around at nighttime.
Are you saying it's the student council's fault?
Which is weird, I thought YouTube did... Yeah. Yeah. It's fine.
I didn't say that.
In any case, the culprit probably used a murder weapon for this trick. It had to have been the right length to hit the
Reboot
sliding
my...
lock.
How are you gonna do that?
The culprit couldn't find a blade long enough in my lab, so they settled for the katana.
The other effigies were only hung up so we think it was some kind of ceremony. That way, we wouldn't notice the lock trick.
Fire Emblem Engage when Martha is morphin time. Don't you mean if it's... I mean, technically, engaging or engage is technically just their version of morphing.
I don't want to completely ignore that possibility. But I can't imagine the culprit would have done all this just for a distraction.
If that's the case, then Kokichi's confession earlier was actually...
Seriously? You fucking lied again?
Cough it up, Kokichi!
Man, you guys got me. Okay, I'm not the culprit.
You're telling the truth this time, right?
Kokichi is definitely someone I beat up in real life, along with Genji and... Along with Genji from Karawa Sojo and Kazuichi as well.
I want to say I'm lying, but I'm not.
Why did you say you were the culprit?
I don't watch streams except... Disappointed. Yeah.
I wanted to lure the culprit out. If I claimed to be the culprit, then the real culprit would agree as well. You get me? And if they pressured me to confess, then that would have looked mighty suspicious.
Isn't that what Teru and... Never mind, it's different. Oh yeah, I'm
Sheesh! Darn it. It didn't go my way because Shuichi butted in on my plan.
You and your fucking lies! Go sit in the corner and play with yourself!
Okay, I'll start right now.
Alright,
Kokichi would be beat up by a... That's true. Also, hi, if Akane and Sakura were here, they'd beat up Kokichi.
Ryu, I can't hold it up anymore.
What's the matter? You going soft on me now?
Who made the lock-through mystery doesn't matter, since anyone could have done it. Don't you even understand something as basic as that?
Here.
Cum dumpster?
Finally called me a cum dumpster!
You're just in time to see this, Chocolama.
What should we talk about now?
We must focus not on the locked room, but on who entered Angie's lab.
You know that line. You sent me that line a long time ago, even though I didn't know the context for it. So I knew it was coming eventually. Even though I didn't know the character, I just knew the line.
Only one of the student council members or Kokichi could have gained entry.
I mean, yeah, Ultimate Supreme Leader, so... Yep, there you go, Chocolama.
Therefore, the culprit must be among their number.
That leaves us with 4 suspects. Tsumugi, Gonta, Kibo, and Kokichi.
Why does my brain keep reading Tsumugi? Every time Tsumugi's written, why does my brain autocorrect it to Tsumiki? It's weird.
Don't forget
Yeah, come and see the dumpster.
Doesn't matter if she was besties with Angie, she's still a suspect.
That contradicts what you said earlier, which I can prove using my recording function.
It's fine. It's just a waste of time.
A suspect? Never kill Angie!
So, calling all suspects, what should we discuss next? I want to hear everyone's opinion. What would you say to get yourself off the suspect list?
All I'm gonna say is that in Danganronpa, from what we've been taught in every game, sometimes alibis mean nothing. So, yeah. Because everywhere you look, you only see Mikan.
Why are you trying to lead the debate? You're a suspect too.
Silence, outsider. Only the suspect rangers are allowed to speak.
Funny how we were talking about.
Suspect Rangers?
Funny how we were talking about the Power Rangers earlier. Full robophobia.
I agree. Those under suspicion should explain themselves thoroughly.
We might catch them with their pants down!
Anyway, I want to ask the suspect rangers.
I'm pretty sure Danganronpa V3 is the only time, possibly, that the participants are children and are actually being killed. Because I remember I met someone who's very against Danganronpa because they said, oh, it's just glorifying child murders. But if you look at the timeline of events, Danganronpa 1, yeah, they had their memories erased, but canonically they were already 18. Because they came into Ho-Speak at the age of 16, and they lost their memory for 2 years. Meaning they would be around 18 in Danganronpa 1, so they were already adults when they started murdering each other. Danganronpa 2 happened when, Danganronpa 2 happened in VR, but we know it happened after Danganronpa 1, so they were... And we knew that Hajime's year group is older than Makoto's year group, so they should be around 19 or 20. Danganronpa V3, there were children, but none of them were killed. And I can 100% sure. So no one was killed in Danganronpa Ultra Despair Girls. There were kids, yes, but none of them got hurt. Like, they were all fine in the end. The only time there were actual child murders in the original timeline was, Danganronpa 3, the anime, when the spoilers, when the real Chiaki died, and when Junko made the original student council kill themselves. Like, they had a killing game, but it was more of a battle royale. They just killed left, right, and center. But game-wise, I think Danganronpa V3 is the first time it's actual kid murders. Where we're all fine in the end, besides the yeah. But Danganronpa 3, the anime revealed that they were all cured because Hajime had, you know, he was the ultimate everything and he used that skill to revive everyone.
What should we talk about? What should we say to get ourselves off the suspect list? Well, guys, I want to hear what you think.
That's sort of a difficult question, you know?
Gonta not smart enough to know answer to that.
Yes, it is difficult to formulate a logical response to that question.
Not articulate with words, huh? Don't you guys want to prove your innocence?
And I know because, you know, Japan, yada yada yada, Danganronpa, aimed for teenagers, there are sexual references. And a lot of people were, like, uncomfortable with especially Ultra Despair Girls. But the first two games, yeah, they were all technically already adults, so it's fine. But if you go to the flashback scene, if you go to the prequel in Danganronpa 3, because Danganronpa 3, the anime was split into two. Like, I think the first half was what happened after Danganronpa 2, and the second half is what happened before Danganronpa, before the world went to crap. To be fair, a lot of... yeah, that's true.
They don't trust you one bit, and I don't blame them. You're probably plotting.
Why did Tenko have to die?
Huh?
I want to know what happened to Angie too, but... Can we talk about Tenko's case now and not just Angie?
I got you exactly where I wanted, Himiko.
What do you mean?
The two victims could have been killed by two separate murderers, you know. So we need to find the first blackened responsible for the first victim. Gotta figure out who killed Angie.
I mean, Monokuma did say first come, first served, so...
Until we solve Angie's case, Tenko's case is meaningless. Did you suggest that to waste our time?
It's not meaningless!
Himiko.
Tenko's death was meaningless? How dare you! Poor Tenko! How could you do this to her? Himiko...
Himiko, stop it with your crappy lies.
Lies?
Everything you said is total BS. You didn't give two shits about Tenko when she was alive. But now you're like, oh no, poor Tenko, after she's dead. Come on, really?
Kokichi, enough!
No. It's okay. It's no surprise you think that. I know I ignored Tenko before. That's why I'm so upset now. I should have faced Tenko. Worked things out with her while she was still alive. And now
way too late to realize that now. Our only option is to face her death head on.
Face her death?
Yeah, wait, let me read chat because like I said, my second screen is annoying. Yes, Koichi. You forgot about this. I mean, yeah, technically. Like young adults, that doesn't exist. I mean, that's true. It's still technically adult. Like, it's just in the early stages of adulthood.
Himiko, I understand what you're going through. So I'm gonna help you out. Let's work together to find the truth. I'm not gonna let anyone say her death didn't matter.
Most sodas are carbonated. What are you on about?
Kaito! Alright. I'll put a silencing curse on whoever calls Tango's death meaningless. The name of the curse is Death Curse! Suppose being dead would silence someone pretty good.
Listen up. All you guys are gonna help out too.
Drag. Are you referencing a song?
Someone who died and only thinking about your own survival.
Or a quote? Because it sounds familiar to me.
I won't forgive something so messed up.
Tenko was our friend. Gonta wanna know why she died too.
I already told you that's so unnecessary. We're getting sidetracked here.
No, even if it was a different culprit, we need to know how Tenko died. If we don't find out who killed her, we won't be able to work together. Not now, not ever.
Yeah, because if it is two different murderers, only the first one gets killed. The other one doesn't even get a trial.
Even if this trial isn't for her, in order for us to survive, we need to get to the bottom of Tenko's death. Not just to survive this trial, but so we can keep going and live on!
Kaito.
Finally, you noticed. Jeez, you're so slow.
No, I'm referencing it. Huh.
Huh? Did Kokichi want us to notice?
Don't listen to his crap. We haven't decided whether there were two different culprits yet.
Let us talk about Tenko's case then. Perhaps that will provide us a clue.
Yeah, maybe.
They're not wrong, but I don't mind going over Tenko's case. But that was an abrupt change of topic. Was that intentional?
So what do we talk about first?
For now, let's see if we can narrow down the list of suspects.
Pancrouch probably got killed during the seance, so everyone there's suspicious.
What? The people who attended this seance were... Yeah, I don't think we have to include...
That's it.
I almost
Kyo, Himiko, and Kokichi.
chose Kaito.
So those four are the culprits.
Oh, Himiko's still culprit?
And Kokichi.
Well, that's probably just a coinkydink. The most suspicious out of the four is really Kyo. He suggested the whole seance idea.
That's the second time Kyo's been... thing. Yes, TV. No, he isn't, but people generally thought he was a what? Huh.
True, I may have suggested it, but I explained the procedure beforehand, yes? If we all knew of it
I still
before the
need to
meeting,
understand why a
our
lot of
own
people
would
hates
be
Kyo.
suspicious.
Maybe it is because of his design.
Well, I suppose, but...
In addition, the seance wasn't entirely in my control either. I was not the one who selected the room we performed it in. It was Himiko.
However, there are 3 empty rooms. Which one shall we use? The middle room. The middle room's always best for stuff like this. Very well. I shall prepare the preparations at once.
Oh, right.
So
Also,
she's
we
the
should
prime
not
suspect
limit
right
our
now.
suspects to only those who participated in the seance. The empty room had a point of entry from outside, you see.
A point of entry from outside. He must be referring to. Was it this?
There!
That was pretty obvious.
You're talking about under the floor, right?
All the times I've seen this game, it's because of Jaws, so this is the first... what? Huh. Wait, let me read chat again. Yes, I think it is. So this is a first impression, and this is like the 3rd main game and the 4th overall game.
Huh? Under the floor?
Yes, there's a crawl space under the floor a person can move through. There was also a hole that connected it to the neighboring room.
If the culprit used the hole, they could have entered and exited the seance room.
If we consider that possibility, then there is another suspect.
Another suspect? Who?
It's appearing before me. Oh, I can see it clearly. The true identity of Tenko's killer.
Okay, let's
The
do
culprit
this.
sneaked in during the seance.
Wait, I need...
By crawling under the floor.
do I need to lie? Because this is the lie background.
During the seance. How could they even see if they were under the floor?
Because it wasn't dark under the floor. You see, our villain had a light.
Are you sure? We would have been able to see it, right?
I mean, Kibo's flashlight function.
Huh? Now hold on a second.
Kibo could have used that function to get under the floor and sneak into the empty room during the seance.
I said hold on a second.
I feel like I need to
He
use...
uses robot functions to commit the murders.
I have a feeling...
Hold on a second.
I have a feeling I need to lie about Keel. I was just told a lot of people hate him. No, keep sipping the truth tea. Are you sure? So, I feel like I have 2 options here. Either I need to lie about something, or I have to shoot someone. Korekiyo says they would have had a light, but the thing is, we would have noticed, because Kibo's light is very powerful. Like, it managed to light up the entire room. So if it was Kibo under the floorboards, we would have noticed. So it would have been a weak light. So I think I need to shoot Kyo. If I'm wrong, then I need to lie. So, yeah. And I think one of my truth bullets was a hole in the corner. So it could have been someone in the room, because we went there ourselves, right? And we saw it was pretty dark and they had a candle. We would have not noticed it because it's a weak light. But is that possible? Okay, I know what to shoot.
By crawling under the floor.
But it was pitch black during the seance. How could they even see if they were under the floor?
Because it wasn't dark. You see, Sylvan had left.
Oh, I got it right. So I didn't need to lie.
I don't think the culprit could have used a light while under the floor. There was a hole in the corner of the room. If a light were used, it would have leaked through and we would have seen it.
I haven't even reached the halfway point of the trial.
The seance, the room was definitely pitch black.
And it's already been like an hour and a half.
So a light was not shined under the floor, which means you cannot claim I am the culprit.
Jeez, here I thought this would be the case where the murder could only be done by a robot.
You have accused me of being the culprit more than once now, simply because I am a robot.
Kibo's relationship with Kokichi really reminds me of Mikan and Hiyoko.
My status as a robot does not mean I am capable of performing superhuman feats. My vision is somewhat poor, and I only possess average physical strength and
Then
intelligence.
why don't you wear glasses?
Alright, you made your point. God, now I feel sort of bad for you.
I neither want nor need your pity.
Enough with the flashlight! It's way too bright!
It would have been difficult to move around under the floor in that pitch black darkness. Maybe the floor and the hole have nothing to do with this case.
Then why was floorboard under Tanko lined up funny? Gonta thinks that was so culprit could stab Tanko from under floor.
Ooh, nice observation, Gonta. Are you finally getting used to the class trials?
Uh-huh. Thank you.
I see the problem. You need to crack up the... First impressions of most things are pretty... Okay, I'll read the chat. Not from the second screen because it keeps scrolling down automatically for some reason. Okay. Of most things are important. Why did pick Nekopara when trying to understand? I mean, Nekopara seems like the perfect entry to familiar. Yeah, so you could keep your expectations, so you know what to expect. Actually, like, yeah, Nekopara is like out there. It's probably not the worst weeb thing out there, but it's considered high on the list.
Don't say it like that. You're better off not being used to this kind of stuff.
Maybe they marked Tanko with glowing paint and looked for that.
Is that the Danganronpa 2 reference? I feel like it's a Danganronpa 2 reference.
That'd let the culprit find her. Then they could stab her through the floorboard.
If I don't finish this by 3 hours and a half, I'll continue the trial, like, next week.
Boy, that sounds really familiar too. But I'm just gonna ignore it.
The corpse didn't have any trace of glowing paint, though.
Just for the next 2 hours. Yeah, I can do that.
Oh, yeah. So then why was that floorboard loose?
The loose floorboard was the one under Tenko, right? If the culprit used it while she was still alive, she'd totally notice.
Who fucking cares? Fussing over that won't get us closer to the culprit.
No, Naruto or DBZ. I mean, those were considered gateways to weebdom. Same with Pokemon and Digimon. I mean, DBZ, Dragon Ball in general. Yeah, it's fun. I like the show. Like I've been following it for a very long time now. But if you see the fandom, I mean, then again, every fandom can be toxic. So, in fact, even though the Dragon Ball fandom can be toxic, they're not the most toxic. I've seen a lot more toxic, but yeah. Yeah. It's kind of weird because I was walking through my local mall, right? Normally they didn't really used to sell anime stuff unless there was an anime store or a comic book store. But now mainstream stores where your parents would buy stuff are selling anime stuff. So anime's getting to the mainstream.
We shouldn't dismiss this line of inquiry, however. Instead of butting our heads against this, how about we concentrate on another issue?
What other issue?
Perhaps first, we should figure out how and when exactly Tenko was killed.
When? So not during seance?
Tanko was in the metal cage for the whole seance, wasn't she? How could someone have gotten to her there?
Maybe the culprit killed her before she went under the metal cage.
That's not possible. She was alive at that point.
This is the point of no return. Tanko, after this point, you mustn't speak. The next time you open your mouth, it will be Angie speaking through you. Understood. I will not say a word until the seance is over.
Yes, she was unmistakably alive when the seance began.
Yeah, there are Tokyo Ghoul fan base. Yeah. Yep. I mean, the Tokyo Ghoul fan base, it's not that toxic. Most of the time it's toxic within itself because the anime watchers and the manga readers tend to fight. I mean, I'm kind of slightly in that fandom. I read the manga, so you know which side I'm taking. But most of the time it's infighting with the Tokyo Ghoul fandom. Because the anime's changed so many things.
That was right before we blew out the candle.
And also,
when the light came back.
Also the manga also put a lot more detail in character arcs. And it didn't just focus on Kaneki, the main character. The anime focused a lot on Kaneki. But the manga actually covered a lot of people, even villains. Yeah. Yep. Star Wars especially.
The floorboard was removed at that point, so it's likely she was already dead then.
So she was killed when the room was dark?
But she was inside Cage, right? I'm going to think it impossible to kill her then.
And she wasn't killed when the room was dark. It was a different time.
A different time?
Oh, Digimon was your first anime. Relax. That's nice. My first anime would be... That's actually gonna make me think for a while.
How should I know? You figure it out, shitheads. Huh? Since Gonta said it was impossible, I'm proposing an alternate theory. Now hurry up and think!
But you said it was your theory. Yeah, that's... I mean, Black Butler has been over for a long time now. Okay, the second screen kind of fixed itself, so it should be fine now.
If you want to make my golden brain tingle, start circle jerking your lipstick brains!
Because Tokyo Ghoul was more about, like, it's like a psychological. Its theme was psychology. But yeah, the anime changed a lot of things. But I really like Unravel.
When Tenko got killed, it wasn't during the seance.
It could not have been done at any other time. She was under the cage the whole time. And she was dead when the cage was lifted.
What about moment Cage was lifted?
Like that.
When Cage lifted, culprit stabbed Tenko real fast.
No, that's impossible.
No one saw.
There was a statue and there was also the white sheet. What's going on?
Lifted the cage.
It was me.
Then obviously Himiko is the culprit.
There's no
It's not that. I mean, that's one of the themes of Tokyo Ghoul. Another theme is that the main character, Kaneki, he was human. Then he got turned into a hybrid of a ghoul and human. So he tried to understand his place in the world. And then he got tortured and he realized, you know, maybe my human side is weak. So he started embracing his ghoul half. And he realized by being a ghoul, he was hurting himself and he was also hurting others. So he's like, maybe I should try being human. And then he quote-unquote got killed. Then it got revealed that he just got amnesia. And then when he got amnesia, he realized for the rest of his life... Okay, this is gonna become a Tokyo Ghoul rundown. He realized that his mother never really loved him, then he went into a phase where he wanted to kill himself. But not, you know, suicide, like he wanted to die in style. He wanted to die in an epic battle. But then, when he was about to be killed, he thought about his friend, his best friend. Then he got the will to live. And that's when he decided he wants to be the bridge between humans and ghouls, because he's a natural hybrid. Then yada yada yada, he became a dragon. Then he got taken out of the dragon. Then the dragon had a mind of its own, and he had to kill the dragon. It makes a lot more sense when you read it. But Kaneki always made a rule, even in his ghoul half. He would never kill a human. Oh, Loma, Chocoloma, you saw Mayo's. The thing is, the anime screwed it up in Tokyo Ghoul Re. They showed Kaneki eating human food, which is not supposed to be a thing. The manga revealed that natural-born half-ghouls can eat human food. Kaneki was an artificial half-ghoul, so he couldn't eat human food. That's how they solved it in the manga. Like, in the end of the manga, they made substitutes for... Kaneki achieved this goal, and they managed to make humanity and ghouls live in harmony. And one of the ways they did that is they managed to make... The way they managed to do that in the... The way they did that in the manga is that they made substitute food. And the ghouls started becoming like a defense... They kind of helped with the defense force with humans, because not all ghouls accepted harmony in the anime. Also, the manga had a lot more deaths. Like in the anime, apparently there was these 3 children warriors. Like, they got killed in the manga, but they lived in the anime. It couldn't work, but in the anime they managed... In the manga they made artificial meat that works with it. That works with ghouls. Like, the manga is amazing, like, you really see the psyche of the characters. But the anime, not really. they kind of skipped a lot of things. My point is, read a manga if you want to get into the series. Imagine if I did with a glove, just destroy the tentacle monster. Ghouls can mostly just... Ghouls are invulnerable, like they can't be hurt by metal. They need to be hurt by special material, which is made from ghoul flesh. It's hard to explain, just see it for yourself. Okay,
When Tenko got killed,
I need to use the white sheet.
it wasn't during the seance.
It could not have been.
Ghouls can regenerate,
She was under the cage.
so that's also impossible.
Dead when the cage was lifted.
Like, one of the ghouls...
What about moment?
I'll explain. One of the ghouls literally had the ability to burn himself hot a few times hotter than the sun, and somehow he got killed by another ghoul.
Killer the moment the cage was lifted.
So, yeah.
Because the inside of the white cloth had Tenko's blood on it.
Also, some ghouls can shoot lightning. The fire and lightning, believe it or not, they actually explain it in the manga. Yeah. So the way they did it in the manga, like in the anime, they didn't explain how ghouls can set themselves on fire or produce electricity, but the manga explained it because ghouls and humans have these cells called the RC cells, and the way some ghouls do it. Please, that could be a sensitive topic, Loma, and I'm gonna warn you here. What do you call it? The way they manage to produce electricity and fire is that apparently some ghouls can excite the cells to produce electricity and fire. Yeah, I'm just gonna warn you right here.
That cloth was removed before the cage was lifted. If Tenko was stabbed then, there wouldn't be blood on the cloth.
Yeah, we have been mentioning Nazis, but we don't mention what they do. Like, it's kind of a no-brainer. We don't need to go into details about it. But, like I said, it's a sensitive topic for a lot of people, so I'm not... Like, to this day, people are still broken up about what happened then. Like, people likes to make Nazis to be, like, the butt of the jokes. So that's why I'm slightly more lenient about it. As long as you don't actually do what they're... As long as you don't actually talk about what they're doing. But yeah. Well, it depends on the ghoul type, because there's 4 different ghoul types. Kaneki was the type of ghoul that can't really excite his cells, so he can't produce fire or lightning.
What? But how could my golden brain be wrong when it felt so right?
The only possibility is that Tenko was killed during the seance.
I got your remodel right here!
Sword fight.
No, it's still wrong to think that Tenko was killed during the seance.
Oh boy.
What?
I mean, maybe adamantium? I don't know. Different universes are kind of weird.
I'm gonna prove it right now. My
It-
golden brain is gonna go all out!
It's because Kagune, because they're made of like ghoul cells, they can halt. Kagune can halt a ghoul's regeneration. That's why if you do manage to somehow hurt a ghoul without a Kagune, like humans manage to harvest Kagune from ghouls and turn them into weapons. But in order to turn a Kagune into a weapon, they had to coat it in Koinkei steel and attach it to electronics, so it simulates it. so it's technically alive again. So that's the reason why only a Kagune could work on a ghoul, is because they slow down a ghoul's regeneration. So yeah, that's why it works. Okay, I forgot how this works.
Tenko died after the seance. It happened when the sheet was lit. That was the moment the culprit chose to stab the fuck out of Tenko through the cake. They stuck the thin blade through the gap, and that clean white sheet got stained blood red.
But the weapon was a sickle. Only the blade could have fit through the gaps.
The blade's all you need. If you stick the blade through a gap in the cage, it'd be long enough to reach Tenko.
Why is this so...
With her neck all exposed. She wasn't that far from the cage's gap. In which case, the person who lifted the sheet is the cult, and that's none other than Kyo.
There has to be... just... The only yellow text that appeared was just sitting there, right? She wasn't just sitting there, she had her forehead on the marker stone, so I'm guessing marker stone is the thing. Oh, happy if you decapitate a ghoul? It depends, because most of the time, yeah, it kills a ghoul. But there was one ghoul in the manga, she managed... well, she's a half ghoul. Also, half ghouls are hybrid bogers, or whatever you call them, like, their half ghouls are stronger than full ghouls. So there's a half ghoul. She's very, very powerful. Like, she's ranked SSS, and she managed to regenerate her head. But no one knows what happened to her after the manga ended because she didn't get an end scene. Okay.
The blade's all you need. If you stick the blade through a gap in the cage, it'd be long enough to reach Tenko. Sitting in there with her neck all exposed.
There.
I'll cut through your words.
There we go.
Wait just a minute. Tenko wasn't sitting down inside the cage.
Let's go for the head. For a normal ghoul, yes, but if it's like a half ghoul or some ghouls have amazing regeneration. Like, you could literally cut them in half, but they could regenerate. It varies from ghoul to ghoul, actually. So yeah, it depends on the ghoul. Maybe a D to B rank ghoul you could kill by decapitation, but an A rank maybe, but an S rank, double S, and triple S plus, yeah, though you might struggle with those ones. Also, it was kind of
over with her forehead against the marker stone.
it's kind of hinted at that every ghoul used to be human, but they never
And the cage itself
continued
was
with
about
it.
3 feet tall.
Yeah.
The sickle's blade was too short to reach Tenko while she was in that position.
And you could make Queen K / Kagune bullets. Like one of the characters, Akira, she used a sniper rifle. Also, there's a drug called an RC suppressant, which disables a ghoul's ability to use Queen K and limits their regeneration. So you could use the suppressants as well. If you expose a ghoul to an RC suppressant, they become as vulnerable as humans. So yeah, there's a lot of steps. But like in the real world, some people have tolerance for drugs. So stronger ghouls do have tolerance to RC suppressants. For example, Kaneki, like during his torture scene, he was under RC suppressants, but he still lived. I mean,
I messed up again? How could this happen? I am so embarrassed.
The thing how Rogue's powers works is that anyone, like, regardless of their source of power, she can get their power. Like, some people are under the impression she could only copy mutant powers. That's not the case. She could copy anyone's powers, so yeah. So yeah. Well, scratch, not destroy. Like, you can only use a diamond to accurately cut another diamond. If you want to destroy the diamond, you could use anything else, because diamonds are really brittle. Like, you could if you're strong enough, you could step on a diamond and crush it. But to make precision cuts, you need another diamond.
No worries, Mew. Everyone already knows you're an embarrassment to the human race.
Yeah, no worries.
Don't agree with him.
If Shuichi is right, then it's impossible for Tenko to have been killed through the cage.
She couldn't have been killed during the seance since she was in the cage, right?
If she was killed,
Are you
then,
forgetting the
the
floorboards?
cloth over the cage would have been pierced.
Not during the seance or from below the floor. Then it's impossible, isn't it?
I mean, ghouls are considered a different species, or at the very least, mutated humans. So yeah.
Yeah, for a living person.
And if a ghoul eats another ghoul, they become stronger and develop things known as kakujas, which are technically armor. Like, they become armored ghouls.
Huh?
What if Angie's spirit killed Tenko?
What are you talking about? That's not possible.
You don't know that. Some things are impossible for a human, but not for a spirit.
Don't say stupid stuff like that. Screw spirits.
Stop that now.
Angie's spirit killed Tenko? Why?
Himiko?
Why would Angie's spirit kill Tenko?
I mean, it's probably not the case, but Angie knew Tenko was a traitor. So you can put flesh on a machine to damage. If that flesh is... wait, in the manga, how big is the cannibalism rate among ghouls? It's rare. Because when a ghoul eats a human, to ghouls, humans taste delicious. Like, apparently, humans are savory and sweet to ghouls. But when ghouls eat other ghouls, apparently it tastes bitter and awful that they want to spit it out. Kaneki ate a bunch of ghouls because he realized he needed more power to protect those he cared about. And yeah, Chocolama, like if you get a Quinque, aka, you know, a harvested Kagune on a robot, then go ahead. And like I said, they make bullets out of them too, so if you make a missile out of one, then you could kill a lot. Like if the missile shoots Kagune shrapnel, then go ahead. That could damage your goal significantly.
What if Tenko killed Angie, and then Angie's spirit came back for revenge?
Like I said, that's impossible. Spirits can't be culprits.
Then explain how the culprit killed Tenko under these impossible circumstances.
It's unhealthy for them. Like, Toka, she's a ghoul. She has a human friend. And her human friend was very caring towards her and made her a bunch of human food. Instead of throwing it away, she ate a little bit and she got sick. So, human food is bad for ghouls. It's bad for artificial half-ghouls, but it has no effect on natural half-ghouls. But natural half-ghouls will still eat humans because, you know, they need to. But they can also survive on regular human food, but I'm guessing human food doesn't have that much nutrients for a natural half-ghoul. Because the main villain, the one I was talking about who regenerated her head, she could eat human food no problem. And Kaneki has a natural half-ghoul daughter at the end of the series, and apparently her favorite food are apples. So yeah, natural half-ghouls can eat human food, but I don't think it has enough nutrients for them. I don't know. I think this is how the series is. So natural half-ghouls can't get that much nutrients from human food, so they still need to eat flesh. Meanwhile, full ghouls and artificial half-ghouls need human flesh. And they can't eat human food because it weakens them. There's also another species of half-ghouls called a quinx with a restrained kagune. Because if a kagune touches human flesh, like if you transferred a kagune pouch, like a koho, I think it was called a I forget what it's called, but it's a pouch. If you attach that pouch to a human, they become a half-ghoul. But if you restrain it, like if you put like Quinque steel on it so it doesn't touch the human, they become a quinx. So a quinx could still eat human food. There's another type of half-ghoul called a half-human. A half-human are natural-born hybrids, but the thing is, they don't inherit regeneration. They don't inherit kagunes, but they inherit superhuman speed and superhuman strength. But the cost is a half-human ages really fast. So that's the other hybrid. As you might have guessed, half-humans can eat human food. So yeah. I don't know, I'm just a big fan of Tokyo Ghoul. Mostly the manga. I watched the anime and got disappointed.
Well,
like, the manga goes into more detail about the hybrids, but the anime just briefly glosses them.
See? You can't explain, can you?
Only a spirit could have done that.
wait, I know. What if the culprit was hiding inside the cage?
Like, in the manga, like, in the anime, you couldn't tell the difference between... Yes, that's possible. Like, the best investigator, Arima, had a Quinque, aka a harvested kagune called the Owl, which he tore off from the Owl. So yeah, it's possible, because remember, ghouls can regenerate.
If they were in there, they could have stabbed Tenko during the seance.
No. If there was someone else in the cage, we would have noticed.
I agree with Kaito. The culprit could have been inside the cage.
You do?
Nonsense. There was no space in the cage for the culprit to hide.
Maybe the culprit wouldn't need to hide in the first place.
What?
Also, the culprit could have killed her in the cage at any time.
This is deep.
I think you know what I'm getting at, right?
Like I said, I'm mostly just talking about the stuff the manga glossed over or flat out skipped. Like in the anime, when one of Kaneki's students insulted him by saying, "Oh, you're just a ghoul." In the anime, he just brushed it over. But in the manga, he actually cried, like, "Oh, I'm trying to be human, but it looks like I can't be human because I'm a half-ghoul." But in the anime, he just skipped it over, like, "Okay then." Then he just left the room. He just left the room. The day she's referring to. Is she referring to... Hey, before we look at this face, Chocoloma, if you're still here. Oh, you're really robophobic. Wait, where's... Oh, there she is.
I believe Maki is referring to Tenko herself.
committed suicide, it would explain a lot of things we couldn't figure out. She volunteered to be in the cage, and then stabbed herself during the seance. It wouldn't matter how dark the room was.
But the sickle she was stabbed with was under the floor, right? If Tenko had stabbed herself, wouldn't the sickle still be inside the cage?
I mean, it could have fallen through.
Oh my god.
Yep.
Mew actually said something smart.
Perhaps that explains why the floorboard was removed. After stabbing herself with the sickle, she threw it underneath the floor.
I wonder how Hiyoko and Kokichi would have interacted with each other.
So she took off the floorboard to get rid of the sickle?
I mean, like I said, it's a double murder, so it is abnormally long. Like, we haven't even reached the halfway point.
Makes sense to Gota.
Like, back in Trial 1 and Trial 2, I was always surprised of how early the halfway point comes. But this time it's not coming. It could be because I got distracted with Tokyo Ghoul and other Danganronpa stuff, but
Well, it doesn't make sense to me. There's no reason for Tenko to commit suicide.
Maybe I wasn't too far off with the theory I had earlier. You know, about Tenko killing Angie.
Yeah?
Because Tenko and Angie were fighting for your attention, right?
hey Angie, when did you brainwash Himiko?
Tenko's
She'll probably do the
frustration
same back.
led her to commit such an atrocity. Her conscience couldn't handle it anymore.
I don't think they have.
So she decided to end her own life.
I don't think they have like a sprite for growth spurt Hiyoko.
What?
But if she was gonna kill herself, why do it during the seance?
She wanted to hide the truth of her suicide.
Really? Why?
There could only be one reason to hide it in a killing game, right? It's to take us down with her.
Question: would the Omnitrix register? That is curious because half ghouls can do things ghouls can't, and they could also do things humans. Obviously they can't. They could do things humans can't, but they can also do things ghouls can't. Same with half humans as well. Yeah. Same with Nagito. To the point that Nagito ended up doing it himself.
Take us down?
She wanted us to pick the wrong answer during the class trial.
Same with Byakuya, but Byakuya got slapped. Byakuya got slapped, and what's his name? Nagito got strangled by Akane to the point he saw his dead dog. That's true, they kinda acknowledge that. But similar enough to humans to do you know what.
So she could bring us all down. She wanted us to die with her.
If it's a different species, is that kind of bestiality?
Okay, well, she probably just wanted Himiko to die with her, but still.
If you think about it, Wrath is a type of cat person.
But what are you saying? Tenko wasn't like that.
Wrath. And let's not forget, it's been confirmed by the writers of Ben 10 that the Omnitrix can change gender because it is a DNA altercator.
She told me.
One of Ben's aliens. Keep your chin up and live life facing forward. Survive with me and everyone else.
What if all of that was just a lie?
But the thing is, Anodites don't have DNA. The creator of Ben 10 said that, like, they don't have DNA. That's why Ben is not considered a hybrid, he's considered a full human. He looks so good.
Wait, we should believe Tenko's last words.
The true terror of class trials is that you shouldn't believe everything said.
We literally only have like an hour or so
You
left.
said that Tenko would never do anything like that. But how can you be so sure? Did you guys actually know each other?
Are you laughing at Wrath?
People keep all sorts of secrets. Like Maki. She hid the fact that she's a cold-blooded killer. Is it wise of us to trust other people wholeheartedly in this kind of situation?
Jeez, you're such a naive dude.
Actually, I wanna, before the stream ends, I'll probably check if there are male Anodites.
Naive?
We're all just people, you know? Of course we're gonna have some secrets. What matters is whether there's any malice behind them.
People can lie about how malicious their hidden secrets really are.
Well, duh. It's impossible to know for sure what others are thinking. That's why it all comes down to whether or not you believe in yourself. If you get betrayed, it's not their fault. It's your fault for believing in them.
Yeah.
That's why I believed in Maki Roll, because I wanted to believe in her.
Just because you're acting all cool doesn't mean you get to start training.
I mean, if you count his son Ken, then 31?
Hey, come on. Don't you think you're being a little too strict?
Well, he didn't give birth to him, but still his child.
Well, we come from different backgrounds. So for now, let's agree to disagree. No one's ever called me naive before. And from Kaito? Seriously?
Whether or not I believe. My heart can't reach Tinko anymore. But I want to believe in her. She wouldn't commit suicide. She wouldn't try to take us down.
Yeah, that also seems kind of out of character for Tenko.
That's what I want to believe.
Me too. Gota no can believe Tenko commits suicide.
But if Tenko did commit suicide, that would answer all of our questions.
If you insist we believe in Tenko, then provide a reason to do so.
A proper reason.
All right, I'll give you a reason.
Is there a reason?
Yes, there is. Will you trust me, Maki? If it turns out I'm wrong, you can blame me all you like. But for now, I need you to trust in my detective work.
I don't believe Tenko would kill herself because of what she said. Okay, everyone, I'll see you guys after the seance. And it's not even a getting over it stream. She said, see you guys after. I doubt she had a sudden change of heart. Just because we don't know how she was killed doesn't mean it was suicide. We shouldn't be satisfied with that, but if we keep thinking, we'll find the truth. And that means we have to believe in Tenko. I'll make them all believe. We
So far, suicide seems
Her
to be
plan
the
was
best
to take us
explanation.
down with her. So she hid her true intentions.
But if Tenko did commit suicide, it would explain how she died during the seance. She could have secretly brought the sickle and then stabbed herself with it.
Finally, with the last of her strength, she
Okay.
threw the sickle underneath the floor.
You could see the background, that means I need to lie. Oh boy. I need to lie. Because every time the background appears, it's like a hint that I need to lie, right? Is Chocolate trying to understand cashew and vanilla? Talk about Japan's... We were talking about... Yep. So... But the thing is, which bullet is it? I'll give it one more listen.
So far, suicide seems to be the best explanation.
Her plan was to take us down with her. So she hid her true intentions.
Tenko's not that kind of person. But if Tenko did commit suicide, it would explain how she died during the seance. She could have secretly brought the sickle and then stabbed herself with it.
Finally, with the last of her strength,
Loss of her
she threw
strength.
the sickle underneath the floor.
Lost
All
moments,
the pieces
I think.
fit.
If this turns into a... Let's see what light this one turns into. Like it says, with the loss of her strength, so lost moments. So it's kind of linking. Okay.
So far, suicide seems to be the best explanation.
Her plan was to take us down with her. So she hid her true intentions.
But if Tenko did commit suicide, it would explain how she died during the seance. She could have secretly brought the sickle and then stabbed herself with it.
No!
She threw the sickle underneath the floor.
Darn it!
All the pieces
I did it too early. That was my fault.
So far,
Because I slowed down time at the wrong moment and I need to let go of the bullet.
with the
Wait!
She threw the sickle
Wait!
underneath the floor.
Why did it shoot?
All the pieces
What? Why did it shoot? I hate.
so far, suicide seems to be the best explanation.
I know this is like this game's version of live bullet, of capture bullets, and I hate it.
And then stabbed herself with it.
finally, with the last of her strength, she threw the sickle underneath
No!
the floor.
Oh, because my radical wasn't there. My radical wasn't there. Okay, I know what to do. What's it doing all the way down there?
True intentions.
Okay, okay.
And then stabbed herself with it.
Finally,
There.
Tenko couldn't have thrown the sickle under the floor. Because she died instantly.
instantly,
I know they call them... I know they call them live bullets, but for some reason they always end up being the truth. So I feel like that mechanic is useless. It would be awkward to stab yourself with a sickle anyway. Yeah, especially at the back of the neck. Like, that's impossible. Like, if you stab yourself in the back of the neck with a sickle, you wouldn't have time to throw it anywhere else. I don't know. Martial artist, I guess.
My investigation determined that she died instantly.
If they had an ultimate nurse or ultimate doctor, his life would have been called out.
What's your opinion, Maki? like to hear from someone who specializes in murder.
Maki.
You're right. I completely forgot about that important detail. Tenko died instantly.
What?
As an assassin, I specialize in killing my targets swiftly.
She could have exposed us.
Tenko was killed immediately.
Words of a true killer. Pretty sure we can believe everything she said.
Thank you, Maki.
How could you forget that, Maki roll? You better apologize to Shuichi.
Excuse me?
It's okay, Kaito, really. No apology necessary. Anyway, Tenko died so suddenly that she couldn't have gotten rid of the sickle. Knowing that, the theory that she killed herself just doesn't fit, correct?
Just like I thought. Tenko wouldn't commit suicide.
Thank goodness, Himiko.
Which means someone definitely killed Tenko during the seance.
Her suicide was considered because we could not determine how she was killed.
No, there must have been a way. We're gonna figure it out.
I mean, there was a thud that happened during the seance.
Did any of the participants witness anything peculiar during the seance?
What do you mean? Anyone can say anything.
If you know something,
This
please
isn't a
speak up.
library.
It
Speak
could
your
be the
mind.
key to solving this mystery.
Not a bad idea. We should remember what happened at the seance. Let me try to remember. I'm sure there's something. I need some kind of clue that will help me solve this mystery. Where's the halfway point? We've had so much things to discuss and there's no halfway point.
Did anything seem out of the ordinary during the seance?
There is something that bothers me. The fact that the seance failed. The ritual was perfect, and yet it failed. Very strange.
Now that I think about it, while we were all singing the song, I heard something.
Yes. That's it.
I agree.
You can scream and we won't be able to hear
I
it.
think that something fell because of that sound you heard, right?
Bang.
It sounded like something heavy fell down and hit the floor really hard. You could have fallen down.
Fallen down? There wasn't anything on the ceiling that could have fallen down, right?
Just from this reality. It's because I kept getting distracted, okay?
Am I wrong? I thought something fell, but
The sound was pretty loud. It did seem like something hit the floorboards.
A loud sound, like something hit the floorboards. Maybe that sound had something to do with the other thing that happened in the dark. Was it? It was the loose floorboard, right?
This is it!
Because what else could it be? It's the only thing.
I think the floorboard coming off had something to do with that sound. That floorboard came loose at some point during the seance, right?
could the floorboard have made such a
Yeah,
sound?
even if it's useless. If it's fun, then it's not useless.
It was the sound of an intense impact.
Maybe still Ben, because ghouls use human names.
If the impact was that intense, then it could have loosened the floorboard.
That is true. There would have been, wait, there would have had to be a strong impact to make that sound. What was it? What could it be?
Alright then, let's go with that. We all gotta put our heads together now.
Cheese nail polish? Like, there's so much non-stop debates compared to the other times.
So what made the floorboard
Judging
come
from
loose?
sound, there must have been considerable force.
Someone who participated in the seance. Maybe that person tore off the floorboard.
That wouldn't make such a loud crashing sound.
Maybe the wooden statue fell over.
But that statue was still on top of the cage.
Culprit hide under floor. Then stood up with such might.
But we already said there was no one under the floor.
Someone must have stomped through the floorboard.
Wait.
A floorboard that comes loose when you step on it is dangerous.
Yeah, the cross piece.
Here who's staying on the ball.
You hardly have any experience with balls to say that, you.
Don't be stupid. Don't you know me and balls are the best of friends?
Okay, I think I know what to shoot. I think I know what to shoot. I think I know what to shoot. I think I know what to shoot.
So what made the floorboard come loose?
The cross piece, right?
Judging from the sound, there must have been considerable force.
Someone who participated in the seance. Maybe that person tore off the floorboard.
That wouldn't make such a loud crashing sound.
Maybe the wooden statue fell over.
But that statue was still on top of the cage.
Culprit hide under floor. Then stood up with such might.
But we already said there was no one under the floor.
Someone must have stomped through the floorboard.
See ya.
I agree.
I agree. See you tomorrow, if you're gonna be here tomorrow.
Loose because someone stomped on it.
The floorboards fit perfect. Going to make sure first time we go to empty room.
When we first saw the room, yes. But when I looked again during the investigation,
Sonic Frontiers.
one of the cross pieces supporting the floorboards.
I still need to look for the fishing spot in Sonic Frontiers.
After examining the cut, I concluded that it must have been done deliberately.
Someone? You mean the culprit, right?
Yeah, I'm probably gonna finish this trial next week.
What did the culprit stand to gain by cutting the cross piece?
What did they stand to gain? That's the question. To solve this case, I need to think carefully about... I mean, if they stomped on the cross piece, because it's holding the floorboard, right? Wouldn't it have made a seesaw effect? Like, because there's no nails. Obviously, because the photo they showed us, there was no nails. They never mentioned nails. But there's a cross piece that's holding the board. So, if you stomped on it really hard, it would have made a seesaw effect, right? See? There's a cross piece, right? One of them was gone, if I remember correctly. Like, one of the planks was gone. So if they stomped on it, that would have... Dango's body was at one end of the loose floorboard. And the cross piece that had been cut was on the other end of the floorboard. I'm willing to go 30 minutes overtime, but that's about it. The unsupported part was outside the cage, so it could have been stomped on. Yeah, someone could have stepped on it here. Like, this was missing. Someone could have stepped on it, and then it... Oh! I see. It is premeditated. And there was dried up blood. I have gone an hour overtime before, and it was Danganronpa as well. It was the finale for the first one. One of them was right under Tenko. And the other was in the center, right about where the edge of this cage was. It would have made a catapult or a seesaw effect. A lever. I think it's called a lever, right? What was the culprit attempting to achieve by stopping on the floorboard? I have to think. Think, come on, think. Okay. I see a lot of S's, so is it seesaw? Yeah, but it's seesaw. It would have been better if it was like... It would have been a lot better. It would have made sense if it was like, It would have made a lot more sense if it was lever, but I guess seesaw is a lot easier, I guess. Where's the S? I need an S. That was an A. Then I need a W. I'm guessing the other one is effect. So I need an E. Then double F. So I need two Fs. There's an F right here. V3 probably has the most fun Hangman's Gambit. I need an E, C, and T. There we go. Yeah, the seesaw is kind of a big meme in the fandom because they could have just called it a catapult or a lever, not a seesaw.
The crosspiece at one end of the floorboard has been cut off. The other two crosspieces holding up that board were close to the cage. Meaning, if you were to apply force to the end of the floorboard with no crosspiece, the next crosspiece would act as a fulcrum to turn the floorboard into a lever.
But she got a stab wound. So if I were to guess, the sickle, clearly the sickle is still the murder weapon. The sickle would have been under the dog, right?
A lever capable of lifting up Tenko's...
He said it! He said a lever! Why couldn't they just say lever instead of seesaw? I mean, it would have been a quick Hangman's Gambit, but...
Yeah, that sounds like a seesaw, alright. But why bother lifting Tenko's body?
It couldn't have killed Tenko like that, unless they used the sickle.
That's exactly it. Using the seesaw trick, it was possible to kill Tenko with a sickle.
How?
In order for the culprit to kill Tenko with a seesaw trick,
Maybe. I wonder what it is in the original Japanese.
the most important factor.
I'm gonna try not to get distracted. The floorboard seesaw, the cage, and the blood on the white fabric. What conclusions can I draw from this? There's one place the sickle could have been that is consistent with the evidence. It was on top of the cage because it's probably on the dog, right? Fine.
That's it!
That will be under the dog.
Sickle was on the top of the iron facing down. The reason we didn't see it was because of the fabric covering the cage. Also, the wooden statue kept the blade in place. It's true that the sickle's handle was thick, which made the statue wobble. But the statue's weight kept it from falling over.
Huh. Imagine it failed.
Once everything was in place, if you stepped hard enough on the seesaw, Tenko's body would have shot
When you're...
up
yeah, that's true.
the blade on the top of the cage. She was bent over, meaning the sickle's blade would have connected with her neck.
The 6-inch sickle blade wasn't long enough to stab Tenko in a crouched position. But with the floorboard acting as a seesaw, it could compensate for the blade's length.
Bringing the victim to the sickle rather than bringing the sickle to the victim. That's definitely
It would have
an unorthodox
caused more
idea.
damage if the sickle... Like, what if, somehow... Like, there could be other ways it could have failed. Like, the blade could have moved. Tenko could have been... accidentally dodged it. Could have accidentally dodged it.
That would explain how Tenko got stabbed while she was in the cage.
And the sound we heard was the culprit stomping on the floorboard.
That impact make floorboard come loose.
Looks like we got ourselves a good old-fashioned seesaw homicide. Wait, what the hell's a seesaw homicide? That's fucking crazy!
The craziness is what really makes the killing game fun, you know? They can't get away with murder the normal way, so they gotta think outside the box. Kudos, culprit! You did a great job keeping me entertained.
Indeed. Well played, Himiko.
You're being sus right now. Like, I know he got suspected like twice already, but he's very sus right now.
Yeah?
Sorry. Wait, why isn't my thing working?
It was you, what?
Whoops!
Because she
Wait.
of carrying out this plan.
Something happened. There we go. Something happened because, something showed up on my screen and I need to get rid of it, so I need to reread that. Huh? Why her? Okay. It was you who was behind the scene.
The only one? Why is that?
Because this seesaw homicide required its location to be prepared beforehand. By cutting the crosspiece beneath the floorboard, you mean? Then the culprit would need to lure their victim into the prepared room.
But didn't we leave you behind so you could make preparations?
That is why you chose that room for the seance.
This is gonna suck.
Is it not, Himiko?
That's still gonna suck. Huh. True. However, we already went through this. I'm not reading it again. This like
Oh yeah!
Mukuro Ikusaba
Himiko
again.
was the one who chose the site for the seance.
She likely found out about my plans for the seance somehow. You were quite vocal about the seance, Kiyo. You even had instructions for it in your lab. Our culprit, Himiko, prepared her seesaw trap ahead of time. Then she waited for me to host the seance and suggested the middle room. She led us all into holding the seance right where she wanted it. Then, she killed Tenko, all according to plan.
That's a lie, right? Himiko did such a thing?
In the end, Himiko, who Tenko cherished and loved, tragically killed her.
Wait! We don't know that, right? He's wrong, right, Himiko? Himiko would never kill Tenko, right?
Kill Tinko? I killed Tinko?
Himiko?
What's wrong, Himiko?
It is true that using the middle room was Himiko's idea. I've read it before, in that same voice. Fine. Let me. Let me. For some reason I can't read today. Let me tell you something. Mukuro Ikasama, the 16th student, lies hidden somewhere in this school. No one may call the element this girl. Watch out for her. Himiko really killed Tenko? Would something like that really happen? Are you so cruel? Now we reach the halfway point. Yeah, I'll save. I could save at any point, right? Because I still have like 30 minutes before stream end. Well, I am willing to go overtime, so technically an hour left.
Well now.
Outside, we reached the intermission segment, which means it's time for our Guess the Victim quiz. A victim quiz, not a culprit quiz? The only victims are the people who are still watching this drawn-out, boring crap. Why are you suddenly being such a downer all of a sudden? I am sure everyone is happy. How do you know? They could be skipping this entire conversation for all we know. I could skip it. I can't take it anymore. I'm the real victim here, me. Why are you getting upset? If anything, I'm the real victim. I gotta put up with all this nonsense all the time. That's the right answer. Mono them. Why? Why? He hasn't said anything. Exactly, because there are no victims. Yep, even if you're killed in this killing game, you're a winner. Because then everyone mourns you and you get tons of posthumous popularity. Oh, she said, you don't need to reveal these kind of behind the scenes details. Dying makes you more popular? Then we gotta die soon too. We gotta soon die too. They only started to introduce... They didn't have halfway points in Danganronpa 1, right? Class trial resume.
This is my impression of a spooky, scary ghost.
I'm willing to do it.
I'm fine with real ghosts, but impressions of them are too scary.
Did you hear something?
No, I didn't hear anything.
They're ignoring him.
You're on the threshold of an
You know
amazing
what else is
adventure.
scary? Sweet buns. Tasty, tasty sweet buns. So round, so sweet, so delicious.
I'll try not to get distracted.
That doesn't sound scary at all.
Huh.
I'm scared too. Scared of losing my friends.
Did you hear something?
That remains of a once powerful
I
nation.
didn't hear anything.
Right now, you're on the threshold.
Answer us, Himiko. You chose the middle room to lure us into your trap, did you not? Then you used that trap to kill Tenko, yes?
Well, Donkey Lips, did you kill that twat?
Danganronpa is almost over. What do you mean?
Wait, must be some mistake.
Oh, this series.
No way Himiko is culprit.
Yeah.
Then she needs to defend herself. Otherwise, this debate is deadlocked.
I mean, I might play Danganronpa S at some point.
I don't care if you
But I
gotta
don't
use
know if it's,
magic
like,
to do
straight.
it, but say something already.
you even listening?
No, I'm not listening.
Yep. What?
I don't care anymore. I'm too tired. Angie died. Tanko died. Why did I have to survive? And now, you're all saying I killed them? I just don't care anymore.
Himiko.
Do whatever. If you want to vote for me, then just go ahead.
The game gets really blah if the suspect isn't into it.
That's not the problem.
Damn it! Don't tell me you've given up.
Himiko, don't give up.
Don't you understand? My life is riding on the outcome of this trial!
Everyone's life is.
Shut up. I told you, I'm too tired. It's all just big pain. I can't put up with it anymore.
What are you talking about? If you give up here,
You needn't worry. Himiko was the one who chose that room. Therefore,
She's had mistakenly the code.
Himiko,
Oops!
not that.
I was holding the button.
Impossible! Himiko would never kill Tanko! Himiko, not that kind of person. Gonta can tell by Himiko's face.
I was holding the button by accident.
Gonta can tell by Himiko's face.
I was holding the button down. That was my fault, sorry.
So I don't think she's capable of handling a complicated crime.
It's a bit slow.
I also think Himiko's not the culprit. Somehow.
either way, we gotta look for more possibilities.
it does seem like rather a pointless quest.
No, it's not. We gotta be strong. Gotta keep thinking.
Everyone agrees
We might find new truth.
with Himiko.
No give up, Himiko.
Himiko, I know how you feel. I felt the same way after Kaede died. But we can't give up. We survived. We can't give up for the sake of everyone who died. Okay, what is this?
Performing the seance in that room was Himiko's decision, was it not?
What if someone steered her into picking that room?
Of the 3 empty rooms,
I mean, some are more truthful than others. Like, there are half-truths.
Was Trap only in that room? Other rooms may be trapped too.
No.
Yeah, even if Himiko
Wait.
built the room, someone else could have set that trap.
Kokichi! He was bloody because he fell through the floor, right? He fell through the floor last stream, so it's... I know what to shoot. I know what to shoot. I need to shoot Gonta with Kokichi. Okay, let's do this.
performing the seance.
Other rooms may be
In this scenario, yes. I mean, yeah, Danganronpa is always one truth.
It's just like Gonta said. Each room was the same. They were all trapped.
What? Is that true?
Kokichi will tell you.
He was way too careless. Wait, what are you talking about?
I guess there was no crossbeam supporting this floorboard, so I kinda stepped through. What bad luck.
While you were in the room next to the crime scene, you found a loose floorboard, right?
Well, I didn't find it so much as I stepped through it and tripped.
What? Hold on! There was also a loose floorboard in the next room?
So the culprit prepared a trap in all 3 empty rooms, not just the middle one.
access in all the rooms, and they wouldn't need to select a room themselves.
So the real trap was for someone else to pick a room and take the blame.
Your face is looking really sus.
I see. We were caught in the culprit's trap all along.
Especially you!
But now there's no reason to suspect Himiko.
I think
Right?
both Mayo and I think it was Kokichi who suspects Hio.
Himiko, do you remember what Tenko told you?
Keep your chin up and live life facing forward. Survive with me and everyone else. Please.
Live life facing forward. She said that to you, right? If you give up on living, you'd be betraying her memory. We're all trying to keep our promises to the dead.
Well, it's one of those segments.
This trial, it's not just for our lives.
Why's Angie's one
It's for
different?
everyone who's died as well. That's why we can't give up. This is our responsibility. We live on.
You're right. Yeah, that's right. If I gave up here, I wouldn't be able to face Angie or Tenko.
That's right. So let's do our best.
Alright, I'm not gonna say it's a pain anymore. I won't give up. I'll fight alongside everyone and survive.
Do not say everyone. After all, the Blackened is still among us.
He said the word! He said the word! He said the word!
Hey, there you go. Killing the mood like usual. But damn, well said, Shuichi. That's what I'd expect from my soul, bro.
Your soul, bro?
Well, anyway, do you think the Blackened this time has some sort of
By the way, in
superpower?
D&D, you create a character can be any character. Depends on the DM, but yeah, most of them have to do a criteria. Like,
What are you talking about?
you can literally play another character from another form of media, but you have to translate it into their world, DM's world.
Well, as a self-proclaimed expert of stepping through floorboards, isn't it weird that no one stepped through that floorboard before the culprit used it?
That's true!
Ah, that is a good point.
It must have been barrier magic. Well, that's one possibility, but I think it might have been something else.
Someone could have planned this in the beginning. Why did no one step on the floorboard until it was used for murder? Ah, that's it. That must be the reason. Oh, no one stepped on it because, Weirdo said not to touch the thing, the magic circle, right?
This is it!
Stop.
It's because of the magic circle at the scene of the crime.
I'm not. If you break the magic circle, this seance will fail, but it may also unleash the curse. And I'm guessing it's the curse.
Before we began the seance, we were warned not to step on the circle. The floorboard in question was within the circle. That's why no one stepped on it.
Huh.
So the magic circle's purpose was to keep us away from the whole trip.
That was part of the culprit's plans too?
So that would mean it. So Mayo was right. Oh, you can speak to me and Ragnar about it. Because Ragnar is my DM for one of the sessions I'm in. That's right. If that's the case, then the culprit. There's no doubt in my mind. They're the one who killed Tenko. Only one person had the opportunity and the motive. Weirdo.
It has to be you! Kyo. Was it you?
Whatever are you
I'm talking about Tenko's murder.
Kyo? Why do you suspect me?
Because you were the one who drew the magic circle.
Knowing Danganronpa, once the protagonist accuses someone, it's them. So it looks like Mia was right.
The circle kept us from discovering the seesaw trick. That's not all it was for. In order to make the murder succeed, variables like Tenko's
But
position.
Ragnar has more experience than me, so I can only tell you from a player's perspective. Because Ragnar has player and DM perspectives.
And those variables were defined by using the magic circle. In short, the circle itself was the most important tool in this murder. Knowing that, the person who drew the magic circle has to be the culprit.
Well, Kyo,
Answer already! Did you do it?
Oh boy, here's the pattern. The murderer goes insane. Celeste went crazy, Mikon went crazy, and now he's gonna go crazy, isn't he?
What is so funny?
They dictate what happens in the game, and also they're in charge of the story.
I was just thinking. So this is how each blackened must have felt. What an intriguing experience this is.
What? An intriguing experience?
He's admitting to it, why do we need to continue?
But if I am the culprit as you claim, then I stomped on the floorboard, yes? So, do tell. How could I have stomped on the floorboard during that darkened seance?
Could have used it.
I see. That is problem.
Unless that is made clear, you cannot be certain I am the culprit.
I mean, you could have felt it. Because remember, your touch isn't disabled by darkness, neither is hearing or
how
smell.
can you be so calm when you're backed into a corner like this?
I will explain that in due time. Please answer my question first.
The culprit stepped on the exact floorboard even in the darkness. But how? How did they move around in total darkness? In a room that dark, it's hard to imagine find the right board. Although, even after I put out the candle, I could move along the wall with my hand.
Wait a minute. Maybe...
Did you figure it out?
That's it. The culprit could... You don't have to tell us multiple times! Didn't even see it. From my understanding, you win the game by... No, that's different. It's called D&D because... Yeah, you do go through dungeons, but there's other things.
That's it!
You could have themed D&D sessions.
The culprit used touch. They didn't see. They felt.
That's... Whoops. Wrong button. Wrong button.
That way they could get around in the dark, like how I got to the candle.
Wasn't Seesaw in middle of room? Gonta doesn't think it was near wall.
So they probably used something besides the wall to move then, right?
Were there any other markers within reach?
Of course, the answer to that is there was nothing of the sort.
No, I'm sure there was something. A landmark that can be used to determine where the floorboard was. Was it the magic circle? Must have been at the scene, I know it. Okay, that spells out magic. Okay, I'm speed running this. And E. There we go.
I see now. That's it. The magic circle. They used the magic circle. Remember? The magic circle was drawn with salt. The culprit used the salt's texture to feel their way through the dark.
I see. So Kyo traced the magic circle with his hands to get to the loose floorboard.
Oh, I see. You drew the magic circle with salt to use it as a guide.
An interesting thought. It is unfortunate that it is so wrong.
What?
Recall the document. What did the magic circle look like?
Based on the document, the magic circle wouldn't reach the corners of the room.
Wait, but I think R1 had lines.
So what?
When the room was darkened, each of us was in a corner of the room, yes? The magic circle didn't reach us, so I could not have followed it, yes?
My only nitpick is how no one. That's true.
If you're talking about the magic circle in the document, that doesn't mean the circle you drew was the same.
No, I most definitely drew it exactly the same. I haven't heard.
We memorized.
So which is it? Is there any way to check?
Not anymore. The magic circle is a complete mess from being trampled on.
I see another piece of the puzzle. Drawing the magic circle with salt all but guaranteed it would be temporary. The investigation itself would have gotten rid of the evidence. Clever.
Everyone, may I have your attention, please?
What a pain. We don't have any way to check it now.
Excuse me, everyone. May I have your attention, please?
You have a recording, don't you?
Well, I guess there's no point in discussing the magic circle anymore.
Hey, may I have your attention?
I said cut that out! It's too bright!
I apologize. I just wanted everyone to listen to me.
About what?
I had Neo add another function to my body, in addition to the flashlight.
What the? No way! Did you really? Stop! You can't! I didn't install it for that purpose!
Please, let me use it. With it, I might be able to save everyone.
Alright, so what is this function?
It's an image recording function.
Image recording?
Specifically, this function allows me to dispense a printout of my own memory. I'll give it a try.
You're OP.
Ready?
Nice mouth.
From your mouth?
I also used magic like that before.
This printout is my memory of being kicked out of the seance. Please confirm that the floor of the empty room is clearly visible. Go on, take the picture and see for yourself.
Okay, got it.
I reluctantly took the paper from Kibo's mouth. And there are so this is the magic circle used for the seance.
Well, Shuichi, do you notice anything?
Notice anything? Yeah, there's lines. the picture didn't have lines.
This helped
I
a
mean
lot,
the
Kibo.
document.
Without you, I never would have seen through Kyo's lie.
My lie.
You just said that you drew the magic circle exactly as it appears in the document. But that's a lie, isn't it? The magic circle at the scene had lines that stretched to the room's corners.
I don't know how far I'm gonna get it before I have to end the stream.
From anywhere in the room.
So it was different from the document after all.
All because Himiko noticed. And because of Kibo, too.
Hey, where's my things? I'm the one who installed that function into Kibo.
Hey, yeah, what was it you were saying about its purpose?
It can't be good, right?
Oh, to be honest, the purpose of that image recording function is to monitor my health. Specifically, I make Kibo use that function every day to analyze my turds.
What the? And Chocoloma's missing all this.
You what? Why? Shit is a great indicator of intestinal health and gut bacteria quality.
You could have just taken a photo of your body.
Taking a satisfying shit does wonders for a woman's natural beauty, so...
I think, what's his name? Nekomaru would have agreed with you.
See? You're all grossed out! This is why I didn't want to tell you about my plan!
Wait. Kyo is...
Quit talking about your poop. No one cares. Kyo, you killed Tenko, didn't you? Just give up and admit it already.
So, Kyo, if you have any objections, you can...
Your deductions are fiction.
Time to sword fight.
Well, since you've given me the option, I will most certainly...
I can't believe Mio was right.
To be honest, it's unimportant, but it may be an amusing diversion.
Unimportant?
Now I shall bear witness to your abilities, Shuichi. Do entertain me. If you are going to claim I am the culprit, then what of the murder weapon? It was set up in the cage. The only people capable of
What the?
are Kokichi and Shuichi, who carried the cage.
Oh, am I reading?
The suspicion should
Oh,
fall
I'm
on
pressing the wrong button.
Oh no!
I'm pressing the wrong
If you are
button.
going to claim I am the culprit, then what of the murder weapon? It was set up in the cage. The only people capable of that are Kokichi and Shuichi, who carried the cage. So suspicion should fall on them.
Why is this so hard to aim?
True, we could have placed the sickle there, but we could not have removed it later. Because we weren't the ones who lifted the cage. That was Himiko.
The only person who could have collected the sickle is Himiko. But the only people who could have placed the sickle are Kokichi and Shuichi.
Yeah, but
But in regards to that dilemma, I did not carry the cage, nor did I lift it. I had no opportunity to touch it.
oh, I know what to cut.
Simply put, I am not the killer.
I know what to cut. I know what to cut. Because that yellow text appeared. Okay.
The only person who could have collected the sickle is Himiko. But the only people who could have placed the sickle are Kokichi and Shuichi. But in regards to that dilemma, I did not carry the cage, nor did I lift it. I had no opportunity to touch the sickle.
There we go.
I'll cut through your words. have set up the sickle and retrieved it afterward is Kyo. That was done by covering the cage with a white cloth. You could have secretly placed the sickle when you draped the cloth. And retrieved it afterward when you removed the cloth. Then, while everyone was distracted, you discreetly dropped the sickle under the floor.
Wonderful! That's exactly correct.
What?
It's correct? Then why don't you give up already?
The trick I put so much work into is just wasted effort now. Alas.
So, it was you? You killed Tanko?
Let me guess. You'll
Am I-
never forgive me. Himiko,
Say
you must
the
hate me
N-word,
so
you-
very much.
What?
Maybe you'd feel better if I was executed by Monokuma. But unfortunately for you, that won't happen. Because if you vote for me, every spotless, including myself, will die.
What you talking about, Kyo?
You still don't understand? I killed Tenko, that is the truth. But it is meaningless in this class trial.
Meaningless?
Because we need to prove who killed.
You mean Monokuma's extra rule, right?
That's right. What happens to your votes if there are two blackened candidates? Well, I have an answer for that. It's first come, first serve.
You see, I killed Tenko, but not Angie.
You can't prove that. And this is Danganronpa. You have to have killed her too.
For us, Tenko's death is nothing but a trivial issue. Because the blackened in this trial is the culprit who killed Angie.
Trivial issue? No, that's gotta be a lie. You probably killed Angie too.
That is simply not possible. Recall that I was unable to enter Angie's lab.
But it was your sword.
Only student council members and Kokichi could
Oh wait,
enter research.
never mind.
How could I have possibly killed Angie when I couldn't even enter her lab?
We figured that out. No one else could have
George,
done it
that's so
besides
rude. Accusing this man of... You're really robophobic. I mean, you found a loophole because my rules didn't say anything about robots, so maybe I'm robophobic to a degree too, I guess.
You're the one who killed Tanko. You gotta be the one who killed Angie.
I understand how you feel, Himiko, but maybe we can discuss this rationally and calmly. There is a non-zero possibility that Kyo is telling the truth.
So you understand how she feels. I see. Wait, robots can understand human feelings?
Of course I understand. I work really hard to understand.
Hey, why are you getting all worked up, Kibo? Chill, dude.
Enough! It's voting time. I'm gonna vote for him.
Voting for me will only help the one who murdered Angie.
Isn't Kyo culprit?
Of course I'm not. This case was an error on my part. Monokuma added that rule after both bodies were found, yes? How was I to know that the trial would only be for Angie's killer? Had I known, I certainly wouldn't have killed Tenko.
You're lying. You killed Tango and Angie.
Now hold on. Jumping to conclusions here is dangerous.
Mm-hmm. We should talk it out more. This case might have juicy plot twists waiting to happen.
Nuts to that. Any way you look at this case, Kyo is obviously the culprit.
Yeah, there's sort of no other way to look at it.
No, it's too dangerous to vote before we arrive at a logical decision.
Culprits, what
Oh, it's time for this debate scum thing. I kinda hate these. Well, I don't hate it as much as the lie slash capture bullets.
Yippee! I've been waiting for this!
Why were you waiting for it?
Kyo confessed to killing Tenko, but insists he didn't kill Angie. We won't forgive Kyo for what he did, but we can't vote until we know the facts. I have to pin down the evidence and convince everyone. Can we skip this cutscene? I can't. This is gonna take me multiple attempts. I got lucky last case because I managed to speed it up. Or it was easy to tell, I don't know, I think I just got lucky.
We don't know for certain that Kyo killed Angie.
It said thing. And that is... It said Angie.
But he couldn't get into Angie's research lab.
I need to look for words.
The katana was
Lab.
Kyo, anyone could have entered my lab.
So Kyo did come.
Blacken.
Kokichi! Perhaps there's a second Blackened we need to find.
Rule.
Not possible. That rule was added after both murders.
We solved the mystery of Tenko's
Mystery.
Not yet. There's still another mystery to solve.
There we go. Whew.
It would be a mistake to vote before we've completely solved Angie's murder.
But there was dried blood in the floorboards, so it has to be the same person, right?
And there's still the mystery of Tenko's murder.
Mystery? What kind of mystery?
Well, Kyo's confession derailed our conversation a bit. But we still have to go over one of the clues found at Tenko's crime scene. I believe it might even have something to do with Angie's murder.
It was the dried blood, right? Because why was there dried blood? That's the only one I haven't used. You could... hold on. My second screen's doing that thing. Yeah, I'm gonna push. I might even go past 3.5 hours because I feel like I'm getting really close to the end. It was the dried blood, right? Where is it? Yeah, here. We haven't talked about this.
The blood stain found under the floor. Maki and I found it during the investigation. It was beneath the floorboard that the culprit stomped on.
Is that Tenko's blood?
It's dry.
Tenko's corpse to have been hers.
Also, the bloodstain was already dry when we found it. But the blood from Tenko's body hadn't even begun to dry yet.
That's weird. Why was that bloodstain the only dry one?
The blood stain under the photo was dry because it happened before.
That's it! The bloodstain wasn't from Tenko's murder. It was there before we started the seance.
How far am I?
Or the seance?
It should make it clear whose blood it was. Angie.
That's it.
Because who else would it be? I mean,
That bloodstain wasn't Tenko's.
Kokichi
It
was
was
a
Angie's.
Kokichi was an option because he fell through the floorboards, but that happened way after.
Why was blood from Angie at the scene of Tango's murder?
Yeah, wasn't Angie killed in the research lab?
Just because we found her body there doesn't mean she was killed there.
Ah, I guess that's possible.
If Angie wasn't killed in a lab, then that opens up a lot more possibilities.
Someone
This
placed
means that
her
other
there.
Council members could have killed Angie since her body was in her lab. But if she died somewhere else, then we can't suspect just the council members anymore.
So the culprit didn't enter her lab, but waited for her to come out of it?
I'm not sure if the culprit waited for her, but they probably killed her when she came out. Well, I thought that was more likely from the start. So I went to places Angie might have gone and checked all 3 empty rooms.
Places she might have gone? Why did you check the empty rooms then?
The empty rooms were the only places I could think of that Angie would go.
Did Angie have business in rooms?
It seems Kokichi's up to his usual misleading nonsense again.
You're trying to hide this, aren't you?
I do lie a lot, and I could be lying right now too. But I'm pretty sure someone's panicking right now because of my lie.
Angie left her lab on her own and headed to the room where she was killed. Is Kokichi's statement true or... Non-stop debate.
The art research lab is not where Angie was killed. She was killed in the empty room instead.
She left the lab on her own?
But why would she go into an empty room? There shouldn't have been anything in there. Except for candles.
It's it! She wanted a candle!
Oh yeah, the Necronomicon needed a candle.
Break at night.
Okay, I know what to shoot.
She would drip hot wax on her body. That sounds like something only you would do, me.
Okay, I know who to shoot. Are they cooking cheese?
The art research
Because the Necronomicon mentioned candles,
is
right?
not where Angie was killed. She was killed
'Cause
in
I
the
need to
empty room
agree.
instead.
She left the lab on her own?
But why would she go into an empty room? There shouldn't have been anything. Except for candles.
It's it! Wanted a candle!
There we go. I agree.
That's it. Angie went to that room to get a candle.
Still have over an hour left. Huh.
Yeah, her kinky wax plague.
No. Angie was going to use it for the ritual. According to the Necronomicon, to resurrect the dead,
After preparing... Oh, it's burning. Never mind. It's not the wax candle. Because... Okay, I'm not reading that again.
Then, did she seek out a candle so she could burn the book?
It does. It sounds painful.
Start a fire with in Angie's lab.
And I've accidentally spilled hot wax on myself when I was a kid. I mean, it didn't hurt, but it burnt.
So she went to go get a candle from one of the empty rooms.
And that's when the culprit attacked her.
That's why there was dried blood on the floor.
Which means Angie was attacked in the same room the seance was held. Bravo, Himiko. Well done for choosing that room for the seance.
That was luck. And we have no lucky, ultimate lucky student here.
In that room, then Tenko's murder would have been in another room. If that happened, no one would have discovered Angie's blood stain under the floorboards.
You could have had by accident. I think it was, yeah.
That's right. Shuichi and
It's
I
also a way to remove body hair. Hot
Yep.
wax.
It's all thanks to Himiko for choosing the same room as Angie. This must be Atua's will. Or maybe
It's neither. I just picked her.
Hold on. You're all acting as though you've proven that is fact already. You claim Angie was murdered in the empty room, and then moved to the lab? Then how do you explain the large amount of blood in the lab? It may be possible to carry a body.
I mean,
but
she had a
blood
forehead
cannot
injury,
be
right?
moved.
I think
That was
she
pretty
still
deep.
alive after the attack in the empty room. She was killed after she was carried to her lab.
That means the culprit attacked her twice. I have evidence for that. Was it? Yeah. Where is it? Where is it? There.
This is it!
The fatal wound.
The fatal wound was a
Wait, sorry.
cut to the back of her neck from a katana. But she also showed signs of blunt force trauma, and I think I know why. After Angie was knocked unconscious in the empty room, she was killed in her lab.
I see. So that puddle of blood is from the killing blow. Ha! It's all clear now. Angie was attacked in the empty room, carried to her lab, and it was there that the culprit finished her off.
All clear. This is all clear.
He's losing it.
What are you all talking about? All clear? What is all clear? What are you? All clear?
Yeah, he's doing a Celeste Mekon right now.
What are you all? You what? What are? I will not fear. I will not back down.
Sweet Korekio, calm yourself.
What the?
Their words are all hollow. There is no meaning to any of them.
What?
You must teach these ignorant children a lesson.
Yes, you're right.
Split personality?
Okay, I'll teach them.
What the hell are you mumbling about? You're giving me the goddamn willies!
Not yet. Nothing is clear at all. It's full of doubts, of mysteries, of a dense, impenetrable fog! Nothing is clear at all!
I might go an hour over time just to, because I know I'm actually pretty, I think I'm pretty close to the end.
Angie was attacked and then carried into the research lab? Impossible! Impossible! That's nothing but a delusion! You intend to poison our minds with your delusions?
It's no delusion. Angie's two external wounds tell the story.
Uh-huh.
After she was struck in the empty room, she was carried to the art research lab and then killed.
You say the culprit carried Angie's body, and not a single drop of blood fell? The hallway and empty room had no blood stains. Even if you wiped them down later, there'd still be traces of evidence left behind.
Ah.
There was no evidence anywhere, was there, Shuichi?
Oh, I think it's that one. There was no evidence. I mean, there was duct tape. We haven't called that evidence out yet. So maybe it's that one. Okay.
You say the culprit carried Angie's body? And not a single drop of blood fell? The hallway and empty room had no blood stains. Even if you wiped them down later, there'd still be traces of evidence left behind. But there was no
There.
I'll cut through your words.
Yeah, I think I'm pretty close to the end.
There was evidence left at the scene. The bloody tape under Angie's body.
So I might go beyond 30 minutes. But we'll watch the execution next stream. Because I think it'll be way too long.
It was wrapped around her head to stop the bleeding while she was being carried.
Bloody tape? Gonta didn't notice at all.
It was under the body. It's most likely evidence the culprit should have gotten rid of.
There's a lot of careless murders in Danganronpa.
Failed to dispose of it.
It must have fallen as
I mean, they are
the blow was dealt.
inexperienced, so.
Under her body.
It must have been a Tua who did that for us.
What? Atua? How long are you going to keep that up?
Now we know most of the mystery behind Angie's murder.
I'm convinced there's only one person who could have killed Angie.
We still have over an hour left. You.
It has to be you.
Who else could it be?
It's you, Kyo.
Armin.
You killed
Hello,
Angie.
pirate.
What the fuck? It's true.
Well, that was obvious. Such a boring, obvious answer.
Killed both of them. Why did you kill them?
In terms of pure logic, only one victim was necessary to win.
Why? Why you killed them both?
I think one of the murders was an accident.
An accident?
That's right. It wasn't part of the plan.
I mean, it can't be Tenko because Tenko had the plan. The scythe Cecil thing. Yeah, so it has to be Angie.
That's it. Angie's murder was an accident.
What? Tenko wasn't accident?
That's right. Heel originally planned to kill someone with a seesaw trick. But while he was making preparations in the empty room, Angie walked in. So he decided to kill her in order to keep her from talking.
That I still won't call that an accident.
She just happened to walk in on the culprit setting up and was killed.
Then you should have just stopped there. He killed Angie. There was no reason for him to kill Tenko.
You only needed to kill one for this game. Killing two is pointless. If you get bonus points...
So it's like Mikon again. Mikon killed Hiyoko by accident.
Why, Kyo? Why you killed two of our friends?
What on earth are you talking about? No, I'm not the culprit. So, why is everyone looking at me like I am? Why? Why are they? Why is it? Calm yourself, Korekio. Yes.
Yep, split personality.
You mustn't raise your voice. You mustn't stutter. You mustn't lose composure.
I'm guessing the split personality is feminine.
You mustn't waver. Look at their horrid faces. This sorry knot is not worth agonizing over. You're right. Yeah, you're right.
There he goes again. What the hell's wrong with him?
It almost seems like he's talking with someone.
Someone? He's just talking to himself. And why the hell is he wearing lipstick?
No matter how loudly you protest, this is a trivial matter. I've never acknowledged your allegations. Not a single one of them.
What's weird is that in Danganronpa, yeah, you convince everyone that a person's a murderer, but you still need to convince the murderer that they're the murderer.
So you see, there
is no evidence that I killed Angie.
I'm sorry, over. Huh.
No, I will not acknowledge it. I will only acknowledge facts, true events. I will acknowledge fiction, mystery. I won't acknowledge your deductions or guesses.
News, yes. Probably.
Well said. Good job, Kuraki. Yes, thanks. Freaks me the fuck out!
No evidence. There's no evidence that he killed Angie.
You're wrong. There is evidence.
What? You do realize bluffs like that won't work, yes?
The weapon that was used to knock
Do I need to play the rhythm game now?
the room.
That alone takes me 10 minutes.
Weapon tells us the whole
Cause I
story.
keep pressing the wrong buttons. How come even until now I'm still not used to the buttons?
That's not possible. I think you may have misunderstood. Apologize. Come on, apologize. 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 Apologize.
I like how
Apologize.
I just realized Kyo says Kurakyo says apologize. Meanwhile, Mikon says please forgive me. No idea what's happening to Kyo. But I know what weapon he used on Angie. I have to prove it to him. Okay, it is the rhythm game.
I have nothing to admit. You are simply wrong. I'm not the culprit. So I have nothing to confess.
Whoops, wrong button.
I have nothing to admit. You are simply wrong. I'm not the culprit. So I have nothing to confess. I have nothing to admit. You are simply wrong. I'm not the culprit. So I have nothing to confess. I have nothing to admit. You are simply wrong.
Wait, why isn't it working?
So I have nothing to confess. I have nothing to admit. You are simply wrong. So I have nothing to confess.
Oh, I still have to.
Why must you force your delusions on us? You're lying. That's merely a delusion. Well said, Correcchio. To continue this debate is meaningless. Why must you force your delusions on us? Your logic.
I keep pressing the wrong buttons.
Well said, Correcchio. To continue this debate is meaningless. Why must you force your delusions on us? Your logic. That's merely a delusion. Well said, Correcchio. To continue this debate is meaningless. Why must you force your delusions on us? Your logic. That's merely a delusion. Well said, Correcchio. To continue this debate is meaningless. Why must you force your delusions on us?
Oh wait, that's the Y button.
That's merely a delusion. Well said, Correcchio. To continue this debate is meaningless. Why must you force your delusions
Wait.
on us? Your logic. That's merely a delusion.
I keep getting the buttons confused.
To continue this debate is meaningless. Why must you force your delusions on us? Your logic. That's merely a delusion.
I held Y.
To continue this debate is meaningless. Why must you force your delusions on us? I told you I am not the culprit. Why are you looking at me like that? You're all wrong, not me. Correcchio speaks the truth. Such a sorry lie.
I forgot I had this.
Apologize. Apologize. I told you it's
Okay, I did it.
You have
A
no proof that Correggio was the killer. It ends here.
there we go. Remove floorboards. It's like you're.
Hero hit Angie with the same floorboard used in the seesaw trick.
I see. And how do you know the floorboard was the murder weapon?
There was a small patch of dry blood on the underside of the floorboard. Angie's blood?
I was right. It took like 10 minutes,
Blood that spattered there when the culprit struck Angie with the board.
and it's gonna take me another 10 minutes for the
That she was hit with that floorboard.
closing statement. I'll probably die too.
There's also the blood stain under the floor to consider.
Oh yeah,
For
that's
that to be
true.
there, the floorboard must not have been in place at the time of the attack.
Good point. Had the floorboard been in place, her blood wouldn't have splattered beneath it.
Hio's earlier confession is further evidence that the floorboard was used.
How?
Really? It felt like 10,
Stay at Angie as the floorboard.
but now I'm low in health, so.
It means the culprit knew about the seesaw, so the same person killed Tenko and Angie.
So I need to be careful here.
I believe that while Hio was setting up
Possible.
the seesaw, he was
Might
holding
be
the door
a half stream. That's true.
when Angie walked in.
Helicopter with the floorboards.
All you can do now is accept it. You even confessed to Tenko's murder already.
Looks like we're almost at the end. All right, Shuichi, I'll leave the finale to you. Bring down the house.
Put an end to this.
Why? You can do it yourself.
And Tenko's sake. End this class trial.
I understand. I'll go over everything one more time. Hio, I want you to confess. No, I will force you to confess.
Closing argument. Start. Removed floorboard. Let's see. Okay. I need to be careful. Path made with salt. What object? Oh! Where is it? Where's the rock? What weapon did the culprit set? Do I have sickle? What was Angie's body found? Who unlocked it? Why is the handle like a katana made? Who's effigy? Nope. What weapon killed Angie? Remove the katana leaf. Who was the culprit with who besides I think I'm getting lucky so far. Sickle place to kill. And then the last one. Katana. Now these ones are unlocked. Let's unlock them first. Okay. Kaede. No. It was this. I'm actually thinking. Sorry if I'm not talking to you guys. I'm actually focused. When Angie, not Angie, me. That one, and then this one. Done.
This is the truth of the case.
Rare moment of just thinking somebody. I sometimes think. I mean, I don't have a brain, so it may not seem like it.
The culprit was in the empty room on the 4th floor. The culprit was preparing the seance murder they had planned.
We'll watch the execution next stream.
To use the floorboard as a seesaw, they had to cut the crosspiece supporting it. The plan was to make the same preparations for all 3 empty rooms. This would divert suspicion away from the culprit and whoever picked a room. To cut the crosspieces, they needed a saw. I imagine they got one from the warehouse. They were
I swear the warehouse causes a lot of murders.
all 3 rooms. However, when the culprit was working on the middle room, the unexpected happened. Angie walked into that room and saw the culprit making their preparations. She needed some fire for the ritual and had gone to the room for a candle. At that point, the culprit had not finished the setup and was just cutting cross pieces. Angie might not have concluded that it was tied to some
They
kind
should
of
have done a
murder plan.
buddy up system, the student council.
But now that Angie had seen it, the culprit couldn't use the seesaw trick. Any other person might have just given up, but not our culprit. The culprit took the floorboard they loosened and struck the unsuspecting Angie in the head.
Why didn't she try to stop him? Instead of just, you know, standing there and telling him, hey, you shouldn't
They
do
did
that.
not want to give up on their plan and had to improvise. They wrapped duct tape around
Like-
Angie's injury to stop the bleeding.
Yeah. What would have...
Then they picked up her unconscious body and carried
Yeah.
her to a research lab.
And if someone has the intent to do something, it's hard for them to just give up because they don't caught.
While she was unconscious, the culprit hurried to tie up this loose end. Because they were in a hurry, they made a crucial oversight. They didn't notice the duct tape had peeled off and was under Angie's body.
I'm not Kyo. I refuse to be Kyo. He's weird.
Without that evidence, we may never have figured out the culprit's trick. Carrying the supplies they needed, the culprit returned to the ultimate art lab. Locked the front door from inside. And took out the katana they brought from their own lab.
Compared to Sonic Frontiers, I know I suck at puzzles in Sonic Frontiers, but this is the... Danganronpa makes me think. Sonic, I don't think at all. Like, Sonic just... In Sonic games, I don't really associate it with puzzles, so I just go fast. And timers make me panic.
Then, to further confuse us, the culprit attempted to make a locked room mystery. First, they used rope from the warehouse and hung 4 effigies upside down.
This is taking too long.
There were 2 reasons for this. To overwhelm the room with an occult atmosphere, and the other was the key to locking the room. The culprit
yeah,
the
it looks like it's gonna go overtime to an hour because this whole explanation thing takes too long.
And spun the effigy around to twist up the rope.
Imagine it didn't lock.
After enough turns, the culprit let go and headed for the rear door.
They really need those frames of Kaede spinning.
Once released, the effigy began spinning, and the gold leaf katana with it. The handle of the katana then hit the sliding lock, locking the door. A difficult trick, but remember that the lock was so loose it moved at the slightest touch. The culprit also would have had the opportunity to attempt it many times. Once complete, the door was locked, but the duct tape was left behind. Perhaps the culprit noticed it, but by that point, it was too late. The room was sealed. There was no way for them to get back inside. Then, this morning, we opened up the room and discovered Angie's body. But the culprit wasn't finished. They wanted one more murder. To do that, they manipulated us into performing this seance. Of the 3 empty rooms, the middle one was chosen for the seance. I was invited by Kokichi to take
I like how
place in
the
seance.
closing statement is always like a simplified version of the art style. It has its own charms.
Tenko volunteered to be the medium, but she never imagined it would get her killed. To perform the seance, the culprit claimed they needed something for Tenko.
I mean,
A small stone that he
Horikyo actually suggested Himiko, but Tenko insisted that she do it.
bowed her head until it was touching the stone. That position was instrumental in making sure the murder went as planned. Next, Kokichi and I placed the iron cage over Tenko in the middle of the magic circle.
Yeah, it's actually kind of cute. Like I do prefer, at times I do prefer it over the main sprites.
We didn't realize it at the time, but that was a deliberate decision by the culprit. They needed to set up the murder weapon that was used to kill Tenko.
When Tenko would have noticed, like, yeah, she would have gone down, but wouldn't it make like a rattling sound?
Secretly placed the
And Tenko would be like, hey, what's that? And she was asked to not speak after the cloth was placed over her.
Place the wooden statue.
So she was still allowed to talk around that point. And why didn't anyone else notice the rattling?
The culprit
It would have
used
made a
the
rattling
statue
sound, wouldn't it?
To keep the murder weapon in place.
Unless he does it really slowly.
After the preparations were complete,
She died, she got
we began the
Yeah.
seance. In complete darkness, we each stood in one corner and sang the Caged Child song.
It's game fine. I won't question it.
When the song finished, the soul of the dead was supposed to enter the medium. But our culprit had another plan, to commit a murder in the darkness. Right after we started singing, the culprit began making their way toward Tenko. It would have been quite difficult to do in total darkness, but our culprit had a guide. They used the lines of the magic circle drawn with salt. The culprit felt for the salt and used it to guide them along. And when the culprit reached the center of the circle, they found the floorboard that had its crosspiece cut off the night before. Then lifted up their foot and stomped down hard on the floorboard. The floorboard lifted up like a seesaw and pushed Tenko's body up toward the ceiling of the cage. Tenko was stabbed in the back of the neck by the sickle on the top of the cage. She was killed right before our eyes, and we didn't even see it. After committing the crime, the culprit followed the salt back to their corner. Finished the ritual and had us light the candles.
Yeah. He could have fallen. He could have fallen through actually. Like Kokichi fell through. Why didn't he fall through?
And discovered Tenko's body. While we were all focused on the body, the culprit picked up the sickle and dropped it under the floor through the hole in the corner of the room.
Wouldn't that make like a clank sound?
Ironically, the final step of the murder was unwittingly carried out by us. The culprit had planned the murder so that we would unintentionally destroy some evidence. That evidence was the magic circle that the culprit used to navigate in the dark. However, the culprit didn't know that Kibo had taken a picture. He really saved us. Without that, we wouldn't know what changes were made to the circle.
Kibo saved us.
Now we know for certain, and we know the culprit drew the magic circle. Korekyo Shinguchi, the ultimate anthropologist. You're the culprit behind these murders.
Complete.
That's where my detective work leads us. It all fits.
Sweet Korekio. There are times when it's necessary to admit defeat.
That's true. Kokichi, because there's no weight.
Yeah. Okay.
So you finally admit you did it.
Fortunately. Yes. Yes. It's unfortunate. Very, very unfortunate. My one regret. My only regret.
Was not being able to make 100 friends. was my dream to make 100 friends.
Oh, it's so unfortunate. I was so close to 100.
What are you talking about? I do not understand a word of this.
Who gives a fuck? Let's vote for this kooky bastard and be done with this already. Roger that. One voting time. Coming up.
The heart racing excitement as
The heart racing excitement.
As the blackened and the spotless finally face off,
It's voting time.
Okay, we wait, we get the results screen, then we'll end the stream.
Now then, it seems the voting has finished. Let's see the results.
Looks like I'm going an hour and a minute or so overtime. That's fine. It was my fault for getting distracted with other stuff in the stream. I'll go to sleep immediately. Did he vote for himself?
Who'll be chosen as the blackened? Will you make the right choice or the dreadfully wrong one?
Here we are. Hey. Probably did awful in the rhythm game. Yeah. So. Whoops. So, I hope you guys had fun. Sorry if I took like an hour overtime. I'm surprised you guys lasted this long too. So, yeah, tomorrow Sonic Frontiers. And, after... Hopefully I find a fishing spot. Oh, self-voted. So, yeah, I hope I find a fishing spot for Sonic Frontiers. I don't know if I'll fight the boss tomorrow, but we'll see. So, yeah, I hope you guys had fun. I hope I see you guys tomorrow, and enjoy the rest of your day. Goodbye. That's when I normally start the stream. Well, 2 AM, but yeah. Bye!